To our second day of Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings. Today we would like to start with a pule from Bob Terukina. Mahalo.
Learn from each other and to be able to have the chance to share the concerns that we have as lessees in this area. We are thankful for the people that have put together this meeting to be able to give us a chance to share our needs at this time. We ask a blessing upon this meeting that all may go well, that we may be able to keep the spirit and share and enjoy this time together, to connect with one another and to help in this effort that we may be able to have our lessees be serviced and be able to move ahead. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Mahalo. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Kuhiohale 64756 Mamaloa Highway, Kamoela 96743, and virtually on Zoom. I am Randy Awo, Vice Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. The time is 9:35. Leah, can you do the roll call, please?
Noting the excused absence of Chairman Kali Watson, Commissioner Namu'o, and Commissioner Freitas. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
And Commissioner Teruya.
Here.
And Vice Chair Awo.
Here.
6 members present. We have a quorum.
Coming up after. Okay, so we're going to begin public testimony, then move to carry over items from yesterday's agenda. Then we're going to move to the J agenda. The commission will recess at 12:45 for lunch and then convene a contested case hearing at 1 p.m. Any remaining agenda items will be taken after the contested case hearings. For today's public testimony, I'm asking that we restrict the time to 3 minutes with additional time for commissioners to ask you questions. And that's because we have carryover items that has really condensed our timeline for today. So we want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, and we want to give ourselves an opportunity to get through agenda items and engage in decision making. So mahalo. Okay, so the first testifier up is Bo Kahui and Charlene Kahumoku.
Hello, Commissioners.
Aloha.
I was on the public testimony for G2, E1, and F2, and then, but we would like to present our testimony for G2 just before that. So Ms. Kahomoku will present her testimony at that time
Okay.
for G2. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bo Kahui. I'm the Executive Director for Laiupua Community Development Corporation, former founder and President and Executive Director for Laiupua 2020, and then President, former President of the Villages of Laiupua Homesteaders Association. With respect to E1, the Villages of Laiupua Subdivision Phase Plan, HEMA 2, we make a point that there was up to $12.2 million for legislative appropriation to provide infrastructure construction. In my testimony on the J agenda as well as on the G2, those monies were earmarked for North Kona water source development. I understand that money is still intact for that. And under G2, we will make a request that those funds be dedicated for that purpose, because we wrote, when I say we, me, under Laiupua Community Development Corporation and under Laiupua 2020, beginning 2015, we wrote the legislation for that funding. We were participating with our own legislators for that. So I do take a little bit affront that the monies would go into infrastructure construction when in fact water is a big demand and need for our West Side community. As we move just second on with respect to E1, the phase plan subdivision lot 125 in the HEMA subdivision, we need to include undivided interest awardees, a right with option to purchase, and also Habitat homes. I sit on the Habitat board, and we do good work for our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. And we save them a lot of money because they put their own sweat equity into that. And so it's a balancing act in trying to divide these lots, 125 lots that are coming up for HEMA to meet the demand for our community. And I say that because my daughter can't qualify for Habitat or for right with option to own. She's a registered nurse, an oncology nurse. She makes money. I mean, not all Hawaiians fall under the lower strata of the economic ladder. We are
Okay, so Bo,
successful.
I would like to keep it the timeline and instead open up for questions so we can continue that process.
Okay, and that's just item E1. So
Okay.
yeah, I would entertain any questions at
Okay,
this time.
thank you. Any questions, Commissioner, for the commissioners for the testifier?
I do, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bo. Aloha.
Aloha.
So my question is on E1, you brought up there's funds. Where's the funds? Where is the funds that you mentioned? In the department?
The
or-
department has received those funds. That money, we had put the appropriations in 2019, and those monies were dedicated to the department in 2021. And the funds have been in the department's bank account, for lack of a better word, or budget, for the purposes of developing water source for the homestead. I make this a really important matter because the department doesn't have any water after the development of HEMA. And we have proposed now under Act 279, 400 additional units, Village 1 and 2, that is proposed in E1 as expressed.
So how much funds are we talking about that? How much funds are we talking about? What is the amount of funds? on
Well,
that?
12.2 from the legislature was approved in 2021.
Was that a GIA grant or what was it? Is
That
this-
came through the legislative
The
process, went to the department via the state, our representatives.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I don't know if staff can help out. So if the funds were allocated during that time, can somebody answer that and help me? Is it there? Is it lapsed? Because you have fiscal year coming up and then usually the funds don't if you don't use it, you lose it. So I hate to see we lose it.
That is correct. So I think
Oh, okay,
best
so we-
person to answer
so we
that
have Andrew.
is
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. If you look at item G2 in your packet, on page 8, we'll go over this during our presentation. So Mr. Kohui's representation was correct. In May 2021, the state legislature appropriates $12.2 million in CIP monies for villages, Iopua Villages water development and subdivision improvements. When Chair Watson took office, he instructed staff to determine whether the $12.2 million CIP appropriation is still available to potentially purchase a property to develop water source on. Staff confirmed that the $12.2 million in funding is still available, and Chair Watson directed staff to negotiate a reasonable purchase price for the property that Mr. Kohui is talking about today.
Thank you. Commissioner
Okay,
Teruya, does that?
Thank you. I guess in closing, it was in FYI 2021, yeah?
Correct.
So-
The funding was
And so I think
appropriated.
it
It was, it
21
was, it was appropriated in
In-
the 2021 legislature for fiscal years 2022 and beyond that. So
And further-
according to our fiscal office, the funds are still available to be utilized.
And I'm glad it's available. It's just, why did we wait till we get a new chairman, or why didn't we initiate it to move forward when the funds are there? I mean, is there a reason why we wait so long and have that sit on the shelf? I just need to understand the process on this.
My understanding from our land development division, and unfortunately they can't be here to clarify it, is that it was contemplated to utilize a part of the 12.2 million for other infrastructure improvements in Village 4, but our land development division found another source to fund those improvements, and therefore the money didn't get utilized for infrastructure improvements and are therefore still available for water source development.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for bringing it up. Mahalo.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Andrew, as the monies just sit, do we run the risk of funding lapsing on that? Do you know?
I don't know the particulars. That's probably a better question for our administrative services office or our land development division. But I do know that all monies given by the legislature to state departments have a time frame.
Yeah.
I'm not certain what the particular time frame is for this money, but there is an importance in making sure that we spend down all of our monies that we receive from the legislature in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. We'll follow up later. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Thank you
just
for the
just a light
question.
comment to, when the ledge, especially when the ledge puts this much amount of money, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's just like when they give you vacancies. If you don't fill it, you won't get it filled. That's the ledge. And so I hope we can truly move forward to make sure that if the funding of that's a big amount. And it's used for the beneficiaries. And so something like that should be prioritized, used quickly. Because if you lose that, it's really the beneficiaries are going to be the ones that are going to be hurt. And so this is a lesson learned, for all of us. So,
Under G2, when I come to make my testimony, we will make recommendations for the spend down, as well as additional Act 279 funding required to complete the well project that we propose to provide sufficient water for 800 homes in Kona. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, spending down the money, we got a project, we can do it. Thank you.
yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to not just, I want to follow up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a follow-up on where are we? Let's track it, let's move it, let's and get that forward. Thank you.
Yeah, so
thank
the
you.
question is already being asked. We sent out a request for a response, so we'll wait to hear back from the department. So Thank you. Mahalo.
Okay.
Okay.
Now regarding matter F2, if I might, I again exercise my concern, my beneficiary right for pastoral lot. When I looked at the extension again of the right of entry for the pastoral lot, 7,600 acres to one entity annually since 2011, how long will it take for the department to come up with a plan to allow me as a beneficiary who's been waiting since '84 to get a lot? I'm challenged by, and I will challenge this department or this commission to look into that matter, because we spoke about this in October of last year and November of last year when I brought this matter up. And I was informed at that time that the Land Management Division will come up with a plan about how to, and then work with the Land Development Division to come up with a subdivision plan for these large tracts owned by one person, coming up here annually, every year, for a right of entry. And, you know, it's just unfair for those of us that have been waiting. So again, I exercise my I guess, disappointment. I exercise my right to find out why are we not moving in that direction, and would like the department to respond to my request why the subdivision plot plan or any kind of plans for the subdivision of these large pastoral lots to provide pastoral opportunities for Native Hawaiians that are on the list for pastoral ranching. That's all I have.
Okay, mahalo, Bo. Commissioners, any questions for this testifier?
Chair, I have a question. Aloha, Bo. On your subdivision that you're pushing for the pastoral, what would be the minimum lot size that you would think would be workable for folks like you that are waiting on the list to get on 7,600 too big?
When I took the department had a program where we were required to get certified to become ranchers. I took that program. And under that program, they had a ratio for a number of cattle on per property depending on its quality of land. So, Hu'ukapu, for example, you need 5 acres for one cattle because of the rocky terrain in the dry, arid area. So it really depends on how you know, what is available. But at minimum, at the dryland area, you probably can't do anything sustainable for less than 100 acres.
And that's what this particular area that you mentioned
Yeah,
is one of those
because
dryland
it's-
rocky.
Yeah, it's along Kauai High Road. If you're going down to Kalaupapa, it's on the right-hand side, all that area right down.
Okay.
And you can tell it's kind of dry and so on. So, but that's the information that I was given when I got certified as a rancher. And now after getting certified as a rancher by the department, I'm not ranching. So I wonder how, you know.
You probably got to come back and get recertified.
I suppose so. Yeah, I don't have it. Thank you for that.
Okay,
Mahalo.
mahalo, Bo. Aloha. Okay, our next testifier is Charlene Kahumoku, item E1. Okay. Okay.
Oh, she can testify. Okay, at that.
Okay. Okay, next up is Kepa Kaeo. Joy, you coming up too or separate? Okay, okay. Okay.
Divorce today.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Aloha.
So had a phone conference with the rest of the Beneficiary Trust Council Kupuna. And so with going according to agenda, I support Uncle Bo guys in West Hawaii, whatever they need. I'm pretty sure that the water is definitely a big issue, that the access, however fast you guys can move, I think that would be greatly appreciated. I'm part of that 400 that's waiting for that rental / if we can afford to own. But thank you guys for listening for that, for Uncle. And so our urgency and our priority is, so we want to have a meeting with the governor or whoever's the liaison with the chair to discuss in depth the 600 million that was set aside. How does that impact us? And where do we fit in with this budget? Because accelerated homestead awards, we kind of see how Oahu is going, and whatever Oahu and Maui wants, if it's rental or if it's whatever they want to do. But up for here, Moko Keawe, a lot of feedback has been aina ho'opulapula, and I think we want to stay true to the mission of Prince Kuhio. That's one. And there's also commercial spaces while we're waiting. For the halavai, we want to talk about the waitlisters' positions in the upcoming commercial spaces. In Hilo, we have a couple proposals that are coming from waitlisters and beneficiaries that we can use certain of these parcels. That would be another point that we want to have that kuka. And we support Paneava Homestead Association and their pursuit of Prince Kuhio's Mall to use it for Kupuna Homestead, or not homestead, but housing, and the virtues that they seek to use that property for. I know we had a not bad run-in with, we have an Asian, I guess, manager at Prince Kuhio Mall. He was kind of disrespecting our kupuna during the Merry Monarch Week. And so we would want to see that individual be held accountable, and we want to recontrol our destiny, our self-determination for that parcel. And the Aina Mauna legacy, the fourth and last one. We need to reconvene our meetings. I know the meetings have been postponed for the last few years or so due to COVID. Since it's done already, COVID, and it's kind of repelled itself, I think it's a right time to reconvene and get the meeting started. And so we could talk about the historical PP that's up there, that's causing a lot of issues with a lot of people, beneficiaries, Hawaiians, non-Hawaiians alike. Everybody seeks management, and I think the Aina Mauna legacy, through the program, there is a management ready to be formed, and it just needs, I don't know if you have to be on the J agenda, or if we can make a meeting off the record. I don't know how this works, but we do need to get together and discuss these priorities, because not only the gorse control and the management that is happening now, we need to be proactive about different approaches and strategies leading to this big management problem that we're having, which affects the Aina Mauna legacy program. And one more last thing. Just like the Mauna Kea management, these guys are shooting straight for the top. They still got to come past us.
Okay, so Kepa, we're going to open up for questions so
Yeah.
we can continue.
Management, Aina Mauna legacy, what would you say? Visitors come, they got to pay to come up. They're coming through our road.
Okay, so Kepa, if we can
Yeah.
stop for now. I want to open up for questions
Do we
by
have
commissioners. Yep. Any questions from our commissioners?
Did it first.
Chair, I have a question. Sorry, you want to go? Aloha, Kepo. I was speaking with Kau'i yesterday.
Yeah.
About Paneava and Prince Kuhio. My understanding from what she was saying, their long-term kind of vision would be the kupuna housing that you mentioned, but then also to, in effect, take over the commercial operation that's currently there. So they would kind of have a mixed use on the property.
Right.
Is that your understanding too, or
Well, we have.
you only pushing the
No,
the
we have.
Kupuna housing side?
Well, we've had many conversations about the space with Paniava Association and Tikau'i, and she shared a lot of ideas. But whatever they see and they need, I think we're just there to support because we're waitlisters. Whatever the associations can move forward and support our kupuna or even have mixed use, we're for it. Because right now, as one of our family members who sell fish, he can't even get a lease in there.
But the concept of mixing the commercial with the housing
Whatever
mission,
the details gotta be hashed out.
you
I
okay
don't
with
know.
that?
Yeah, just as long as we get that on the board in the meeting, I think whatever can be hashed out through the legal and the logistics, I think we can go from there.
Okay, mahalo.
No, Michael.
Go ahead, Mike.
Aloha Kepa. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned about we have beneficiaries interested in commercial leases that coming up, yeah?
Yes,
So I'd be happy to get information from you, from these folks. I just want to be interested in
definitely.
where the interest is coming from. And that way I can make sure, or at least follow up with our staff folks.
We'd love to have a meeting, Commissioner, and definitely we have some plans with some of our Kupuna Council that we can sit down and we can dialogue what you guys can see
Yeah.
and whatever you guys can
And then,
propose.
and then for me too, what I'll do is reach out to staff and understand what our process is, yeah, so that we can collaborate and see what
Yes.
we can work out.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. And one last item I wanted to mention, Chair, with the Aina Mauna situation.
Yes,
So myself and I think our West Hawaii Commissioner, we've been receiving lots of feedback and comments of what's going on, yeah, from beneficiaries. So Chair, it is something definitely that we need to address.
Thank you.
And we are planning.
Thank you. Mahalo. Anybody else?
No, mine is just a comment, and I just wanted to mahalo you, Kepa, for being here and sharing your vision and ideas to the commission. And this body would like to work with you, and Kuka, and so, move forward together. So mahalo for being here. Appreciate
thank you guys for
appreciate
allowing us to
the-
have the space, right?
aloha that you provide us this weekend and what you share. And so we hear you. So
Mahalo, Commission.
Mr.
And
Chair.
one more thing about the gorse. So we've talked to commissioners. We've talked to a legal help that would love to help us with that contract. If we could request a look at that contract of Parker Ranches, we do want to look at pursuing a solution for this. But I think that conversation when we get together, I think we can have that when the time comes.
Yeah, so Kepa, if we could, I see you reading from a paper. If we
Yeah.
could make copies of that, if you're okay with
Yes.
providing us that, so we have a record of your questions and
Okay.
concerns. And I will ask our secretary to make copies if you're willing to give us what you have.
Okay.
Okay?
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, our next testifier, Joe Pacheco.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
And in respect for this commissioner's decorum, that I'm glad you're giving a little bit more time for people because we've been locked down for 2 years now. I have a request. This office should be open. There's no reason for it to be locked down like it is. And people want to go in there and interact with the employees and get answers. They don't feel comfortable sitting out here and stuff. It should be open. And also that I have another concern is that I spoke with the Hawaiian Commission, that's the DOT. The Navajo Indians that came and met with us, they're very gracious people. And where I live and having been through one of the worst fires the state has ever seen, I proposed years ago to put a reservoir in there. And because I watched the helicopters that go travel long distances to pick up water and come and try to put out the fire. And if we don't learn by our mistakes, we're destined to repeat it again. So I'd like to have this commission to look into having that done. And I don't care, they can put it on my piece of property. I was gonna do it anyway, but I gotta find the kala, you know what I mean? And I would put two uses to it, not only water, but put tilapia, catfish, whatever, you know, and let the community come and share it. But I also think it's very important that we open, this is our house. It's very important to open it up again. And I've spoke to some of the employees here. They say, yeah, you know, they're ready for it. So I would like for everybody here to look into it and see if it's feasible. Just do it now. I don't see any reason. And the list, because a lot of us are off the grid, that's our only way. We don't get to, you know, we're not high maka where we can get on the computer.
Joe, if I could just, I want you to make good use of your time. The clock is ticking. This is not an agenda item. So is there anything on the agenda item you would like to address with us?
No, because, you know, like I said, we've been locked down for 2 years. I've been waiting for, you know, this day where we can come out and say, hey, this is what we need. We live here in this community, you know,
Okay,
and that's it.
okay. Mahalo. Does anyone have any questions for the testifier?
Mr. Helm?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello, Uncle Joe. You mentioned about there's no accessibility in this office here. You
Yeah.
don't have interaction with staff?
Well, you have to come out here and sit out there at a table.
How long has this been going on?
2 years plus. And also, like, we'd like to look at the list and see what's going on, you know what I mean? And it should be put out there on the counter like it always used to be. You know? So,
Well, thank you.
thank you.
Chair,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I want to ask maybe if Juan can come up. Because Juan, the operation of this office is under Homestead Services Division.
Can you, you gotta yell at me, I'm hard of hearing. But
No, I'm asking Juan, who is the head of Homestead Services Division, whether there's a schedule for bringing the operation of this office back online, kind of to what it was before, or?
It's my understanding we should be already in that mode. I'll double check with Jim. Unfortunately, he's not
Here
here right
today.
now, but it's my understanding that we're back to normal operations
And
pre-COVID.
then what about staffing for this office? Are we missing positions, trying to hire?
We have a equipment operator that's vacant,
Okay.
as well as a heavy equipment operator. But as far as the office operation,
fully-
yeah. In fact, this is the only district office that has an office assistance, and request from HSD is to make that available for all of the district office, to have a office assistant similar to what we have here.
Okay, so Uncle, Juan is the person who has Kuleana for getting the office back up and running, like you suggested, so you guys can stay in touch. Last night at the community meeting, there was an announcement about if they want to hire people, if they want to work for the department, if you know of heavy machine operator that is available,
well,
maybe
nowadays,
yourself, you mentioned that you would do some work, but I don't know.
I noticed that nowadays they're lazy. Either that or they're on the phone all the time, you know?
But
So-
talk to Juan, because
Uh,
but I have a second question, Uncle. I wanted to, yesterday you testified about the Pilikia with Parker Ranch.
Mhm.
And on this exhibit to item F2, they identify the ROE for 599 acres. It's a landlocked parcel. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
Yeah, and it should come back to us. It's
How far is that parcel from access, road access?
Well, you gotta walk a ways to get to it, but, any land, we can't afford to lose any more land, period. And then, because we need to fulfill the mandate of putting the people on the land and use of the land. Because we don't have that concept that we have to own the land. It's whoever got the best use for it at the time they can use it, you know? We don't need to own everything. And it's hard for me to sit here and, because there's so many things I want to talk about, but not in the time frame. And I know I respect the decorum that you guys have here.
But on this one particular, because I'm sorry to keep you up at the table, but for this one parcel, this 600-acre one, it's a matter of yards or feet from the road, or are we talking miles from the road, or it's an all-day walk to get there?
There is
or-
access if you have a four-wheeler and stuff, and then, of course, they've been putting fences all over the place and no gates to access, actually.
Okay,
But like in the past, people got awarded land and did nothing with it. Didn't even fence it and stuff. So that's what makes us look bad. Like we're all lazy and stuff. But the thing is it's gotta be done wisely.
Okay.
You know.
and I'll follow up with Kahana when he's up at the
Oh, yeah,
table.
yeah.
But I misspoke. The 599 is the number for the right of entry. It's actually 381 acres, that parcel. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo. And I just have a quick question, then we go to Patty. I just want to say, and Juan, so this seems to be a recurring question every time we come to Waimea access to the office. So, because beneficiaries continually bring that up, if we can get an update on process and try to find out if it's improved or if it's still the same, that's the request. Okay, thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just had a question, Russell, you spoke about, explain to me, what does landlocked mean? When we talk about Parker Ranch, somebody, tell me, why do we use landlocked?
You got a couple hours? Okay, I mean,
No, we don't.
It's an ongoing saga. Now, I knew Richard Smart personally, and after the fire, it would have been like that. He would have fixed the mess up. Now is all these trustees and stuff, and it's a mess. They don't want to work with anybody, But I think that we need to hold their feet to the fire about the gorse. I don't believe that any taxpayer money should go towards cleaning up that mess at all. Now, if some of the Hawaiians want to contract it, fine, but let them pay for it. It makes sense. At least to me, it does anyway. So I appreciate the time.
So
'cause
it's
she's
not,
gonna-
that land is not landlocked. Why do
So,
you use that verse, landlocked?
Patty, what I meant by landlocked is you have a parcel of land that is surrounded by other parcels of land without access to the public right of way.
Okay,
So there's no, Uncle mentioned there's a dirt road of some sort, but it's owned by someone else and we don't have easement or otherwise. So it's kind of an island in the middle of the island.
And see, I'd also like to add that,
thank you.
because I border Parker Ranch, and they put a gate, but only they're locked on the gate, and it's a known fact that if you put a gate and it borders the next guy, he gets either a key to the lock or lock to lock. They didn't do that, and that's why my herd sheep is all over the mountain right now. There's no chance of me getting it back because they've turned feral. So I'd like to thank you guys for listening. And I appreciate it.
Mahalo, thank
Thank you,
you.
Chair.
I just wanted to make a comment regarding the positions open at the Westwide District Office. Equipment operator, the requirement is that they all have CDL. There are a lot of
What's going
people
on?
that can just do whatever, and it could be worked around, but they all need CDL. Not everybody has CDL. Thank
Okay,
you.
mahalo.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next testifier, Sherry Wahine Kapu.
Oh, okay, Auntie. Aloha kako.
Aloha.
Sherry Wahine Kapu, lessee of Pastoral out in Honokaia. I just want to add briefly to Uncle Pat's comment about Parker Ranch and what they've done. I personally have experiences because I've been tagging along with my father, Jimmy Akiona, who's passed, ever since I could understand what Hawaiian Homes is. So Parker Ranch has a terrible, terrible, terrible reputation of, they don't know how to ranch. They don't know how to ranch. The cowboys do, but Parker Ranch does not know how to ranch. I just recalled 4 experiences of their lack of responsibility, the gorse. My dad, aged Hawaiians, Uncle Dickie Nelson, Uncle Sonny Kaniho, addressed the gorse with Parker Ranch long time ago, I think in the late 80s. The fire that occurred, lack of responsibility. And where I am, Parker Ranch, this is my comment, Parker Ranch is allowed to do whatever they want to do. When we relocated from Pu'ukapu, 100 acres, because we were able to get additional and go out to Honokaia, we were told, clean up all the opala. We did, our family did clean up all the opala. We go out to Honokaia. You know what these people did? You know the T-posts? Here's the top of the, here's the top of the ground, yeah? The T-post is down here. All they did was go through there and cut the T-posts like this. We have had flat tires on our vehicles. We finally, not finally, but we soon learned, don't go in the middle of the 2 keawe posts. Go close to the keawe posts, because about 4 feet away, you cannot see that sharp T-post will puka something, or somebody's gonna get puka feet or something.
Sherry,
Sorry.
again, I want you as well to use your time wisely. This is
That's
not an
it.
agenda item, okay?
That's
Well,
all I
mahalo.
wanted to back up.
Thank you. Okay,
of my
mahalo.
experience. Aloha,
Thank you.
mahalo.
Aloha.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. No, it's not an agenda item. But it's on the F2, Parker Ranch. It is. It is an agenda item.
Sherry, Kalamai, I'm sorry, apparently it is agendized. I didn't see it, but,
Yeah, because it's on.
okay.
F.
So, you good?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, mahalo. Kalamai.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do we have any questions for the last testifier? No, I'm asking our commissioners if they have any questions. If not, I'm going to call anyone else who would like to testify, either in person or virtual.
Why don't we do the G first? I'm gonna also do the G. Because this is all information.
Okay, so the next item up, we're going to call F2. Annual renewal of right of entries on West Maui. Sorry, I'm still on Maui, West Hawaii, Kalamai. Okay, so just to recap, yesterday we had questions from Jojo Tanimoto.
Correct.
And she was asking about right of entry 484, 485 on item F2. Checking in with you if you have any updates
I have
on the questions.
an update. In reviewing Auntie Jojo Tanimoto's questions, I appreciate her for the questions that she put forward. And I know it covers a lot. Specifically, I wanted to just address 485. I know she mentioned brackish water and having access for water, having road access through Kohala Ranch, an emergency access road kind of thing through Parker Ranch. In regards to the right of entry, the purpose of the right of entry, again, is a short-term, month-to-month type of disposition. We are continuing to explore these opportunities if water is available or if we can tap into the water that is that she mentions, and also get into more discussion with Kohala Ranch with regards to the emergency road access. If that comes to fruition and we have access to water or can use the water resource, therefore we can cancel the right of entry or the section that we're going to use. Therefore, I think we can, I would prefer to retain the right of entry because it's a month-to-month. It's a annual renewable right of entry. And if there are areas that we can take out because we need to access for water and or the emergency access, we can take out those lands or we can cancel the right of entry altogether. Important part of the right of entry also, as you guys know, in Kalaupapa, it's pretty dry. And without having cattle there, keeping the fire load down with regards to the dry brush, you know, it becomes a risk for our people in Kalaupapa.
Commissioners, any questions for Kahana?
Chair, Kahana, so whose kuleana is it to push forward the agenda for taking ROEs that are on month-to-month, it can be pulled back, but, you know, pushing for the water development or whatever is needed to get beneficiaries on pastoral leases? Is that your department or is that LDD or is it?
It's a team effort. I believe planning would also get involved with that too. In, you know, again, looking at the water resource if needed. If it's possible that we need the resource and the resource is available, then we look at that.
So given the myriad of things that you guys have to look at and
Right.
no enough people to look at everything, what pushes that up the ladder as far as importance and spend some resources looking at that? And I guess I can ask Andrew too, because he's planning, but does that take, you know, the chair's office to make it a priority, or is it?
That would be, preferred. I mean, just to have that direction from the office of the chairman,
Yeah.
push us. And,
Because I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
I want to renew these, because I want somebody responsible
Correct.
on the property, taking care of the fencing and whatnot. But if we just keep doing that, and that's your piece of the kuleana, the other stuff never happens, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess it's a lack of resources to push all these different
Correct.
efforts forward.
Yeah.
Maybe Andrew, is that a correct statement, or is there more that needs to happen on the planning side as far as island plan, regional plan, all that kind of stuff that needs to take place?
I think anytime the department does take action, our action should be supported by beneficiaries. One of the ways that we seek beneficiary support for department actions is through our regional plans. Our regional plans identify priorities in specific regions that through beneficiary consultation, our beneficiaries help the department to identify. In Kauai High, we will be going through the process of updating the regional plan later this fall. So I believe having more conversations, not just with Auntie Jojo and Kauai High, but with other Kauai High beneficiaries about potential water options will help us address their water issue, which is the high rate of the cost of water that they're currently paying. Hopefully, we, through that planning process, can identify a solution that has consensus among our beneficiaries in the Kauai High area.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions?
Yeah, Chair, I just have a comment. This is Dennis Coy. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about gorse and a lot of discussion about Parker Ranch. My question is this just pertaining to the 381 acres, the management of gorse? Anybody have a?
Actually, that 381, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's any gorse on this side of the island. I think primarily it's in Humu'ula. So none of the right of entries in this report is in Humu'ula.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, in the right of entry, does the contract specifically say they have to manage the gorse?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, well, I think in renewing that right of entry, we should have language in there that says they must manage the gorse. That is the term of the right of entry contract. If they failed to do that, then we would be able to cancel that contract. We have to hold them feet to the fire. I mean, that's what everybody's asking. So I think that's important that we have specific language. And you could do it in right of entry, you could do it in revocable permit. And they agree to that. And if they don't do what they're asked to do, then we need to move it on to another entity, which could include Native Hawaiians. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ghana, Chair.
Go
Mr. Chair.
ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead. Next.
Sorry, I had my hand up, so thank
Oh,
you.
Kalamai. You can go now.
No, I forgot. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dennis, for that. And I will totally agree with you, Dennis, having something like that in their agreement, in their right-of-way entry is a responsibility of Parker Ranch. My question is, they had that 381 property, 281 acres since 1997. And this is the exact rent since 1987? This is what they pay on this submittal?
This is, actually, it increased from last year. So it's increasing again this year.
Oh, so it increased last year?
Yeah.
How much did it increase?
I believe it was 3% of,
For 381 acres, it's $4,488. Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. The other one is 466, 105 acres for 1,260. That's the rent?
yeah.
Wow, this
Malama
must,
Solomon, that's a beneficiary. So in my write-up that I
and
had
so since
submitted,
2000, that was the rent, $1,260.
correct.
Wow. Well, real political ROEs, this guy. But
Again,
anyway,
these are
forget that
beneficiaries, and my
comment.
report that I had mentioned, I had recommended that beneficiaries not be charged rent.
I'm sorry,
Not-
what's
not-
that?
Not have their rent stepped up.
Can you repeat that?
In my report, in the
Yeah,
submittal,
okay.
I had recommended that the beneficiaries, as denoted by the gray, not be charged that extra rent.
Is
they
it
just
for
keep the-
all island?
Actually, this is just for this island right now. And I'm considering that, LMD is
Are you
considering the
Considering
same thing
that
for, yeah,
in my island too then?
correct,
Okay, that beneficiaries also too get that
Correct.
kind of amenity benefit as you mentioned.
correct,
So this is right now just effective for Hawaii Island?
correct.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I'm glad I asked. Thank you. And so the line items and the white ones are non-beneficiaries?
Non-beneficiaries, correct. And if you notice, their rent has stepped up by 3%.
Can it go up further next year?
An additional 3%?
How often you put the rent up? Is
It's
that
been
something
going up
that
annually.
you decide or the
LMD
commission?
Correct, the commission would decide, this LMD's recommendation is for the step up.
Okay, okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ghana, on that one, Parker Ranch, the one that
Yep.
I described as landlocked, how far is it from the public right of way, the access?
Shoot, I haven't been there in a while,
But-
so,
We're talking about a matter of miles, or we're talking a matter of
not,
past a car, or?
yeah.
And then,
Go Joe.
and then The other one is, you know this, when you give these rent numbers?
Yeah.
Annual rent and then proposed annual rent. Can you going, not now, but going forward, break down the commercial in a per square foot
Okay.
rate, and then for the pastoral on a per acre rate?
Okay.
Because that's sometimes easier to digest for when we're considering,
Okay.
you know, your proposed increases or non-increases.
Yep.
Thank you.
One
Go
last
ahead.
one too. I had a last one, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. After whoever, go ahead.
Mike.
Just a comment to what Kahana shared with us, yeah. The ROEs we approve every year,
Correct.
but it's month to month. So my understanding is if we, the staff or beneficiaries come to us with a plan that is much better than what we are using, we have the ability to cancel any one of these ROEs.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Right. Thank you, Mike.
Good question.
Go ahead.
Kahana, real quick, my question is under 466. What does it mean by community use on that pastoral lot? It says rent is current, parcel is designated community use. So what?
That's an area that is hard to get to, that is only and borders and a homestead parcel. And that person or that permittee agrees to use it and agrees to maintain it and all that, you know. And that's been in place, like, I mean, you see the time frame. It's been in place for a while, and it is a beneficiary. And it's in the mountain, I guess, by HPA.
Just
Hawaii
to
Pacific.
educate me, because
Yeah.
is pastoral, so these ROEs, pastoral lots, you cannot live on it, right? You can't live on these lots, right? It's month to month ROE.
Yeah, these you cannot live on it.
Pastoral.
Correct.
And so, okay,
So
pastoral,
yeah,
commercial, you have all of these. So these are non-livable people. They can't reside on it.
correct. Right of entries, all right of entries, there is a condition in the
How
in the
often do you
document
go
that-
out to check these ROEs and see if these ROEs are in compliance, that they don't have structures and people are not living on that property?
We'd like to go at least twice a year, if not at least once a year, kind of thing. So, yeah.
Thank
And it's
you.
not always me that's going, it's staff that's, you know, kind of reporting in.
Who is your staff? How many is in your staff?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Four.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait.
Oh, I thought you was gonna attack me when you came up. Oh,
No, just kidding.
okay.
Markiam Land Management Division, Commissioner Turuya. So my administrator, Kahana, tasked me to go and inspect the properties, like you said, at least twice a year, you know, to our knowledge and to our physical inspection of the properties. There are no residences, nor as Mr. Albini stated, it's not allowed as a residence. And if it is, the department takes action. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And the reason I asked you that, and we're in Hawaii Island,
Yes.
because Oahu is different. All the
Yes.
ROEs, we have
Yes.
structures,
Yes.
aunties and uncles, homes and everything on there. So I just wanted to make sure I have that for the record,
Yes.
what the ROE.
And my responsibility is solely for the Big Island.
Thank
For-
you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Mahalo.
Mahalo. So before I call up the next testifier, I want to make a comment. I think it's really important that we have interactive communications with our beneficiaries. That said, we're running out of time, so I would ask our commissioners to be very thoughtful about their questioning so we can get into our agenda, okay? Jojo, you're up next.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming to our meeting last night. That was really nice. What I wanted to do is answer Mr. Kahanu's, Albino's statement about being able to take back the ROE, but there's a lot of issues that are happening in that ROE, in my testimony that I provided. And there's nothing to address those things if you agree to give out these ROEs for the ones in Kauai High. And so it's not only access to get water or get, the well or an emergency road. We need an emergency road, and these people need infrastructure. So we're talking the same thing. The benefit is to us as well as to that ROE. The other one, though, is a flood down at the harbor. And there's nothing in this proposal that will address the issues in Kauai High, like the fencing, the goats, all the rest of it. There's nothing, and I would ask the commission to consider adding these things into the ROE. But see, the ROE, this is a 30-year project. And even if you go back, okay, let me do the 30-year real short. When we got our leases, we didn't have water. So we went to the next door subdivision who has the water resource. Hawaiian Homes paid the excess of the county rate. So we pay the county, Hawaiian Homes paid the rest. That got cut off. We have the cost, the whole total cost. Okay, so since that time till now, that place is on ROE, and we cannot go up there. We cannot move forward. We cannot move anywhere. So even if the department can take the land back now, how long will it take them? Another 30 years. So I would ask that you guys help us move our project faster, but answer these issues that we have now, because they are issues to us because of this ROE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jojo. Any questions for the testifiers, commissioners? If not, we have a motion that's already been submitted to approve F2. We also have a second. So I'm going to call for a vote.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you. So the motion for F2 was initiated support for yesterday. At this time, as a motion maker, I will withdraw my motion to support this ROEs. Unless otherwise, we can today pull out 599 and take the recommendation from Commissioner Nevis and to add that responsibility on Parker Ranch. So I'm going to withdraw my earlier motion, and he withdraw. And now I would like to entertain a motion that the commission support the ROEs proposed, but to pull out 599, Pastoral Parker Ranch, and to add the recommendation from Commissioner Nevis that Parker Ranch would be responsible to clean, Nevis, what was that?
Well, that's the gorse. I mean, it should be on this contract as well as the other contracts. But I mean, for this contract, it's important to have that on the gorse.
If we could add that in their agreement in their right of way. That's the motion. You have a second on the floor.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh,
Chair,
I'm sorry.
can
I'm
we
sorry.
just clarify, please, on the motion?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the original motion has been removed, rescinded to
The original motion
mandate-
from yesterday was withdrawn. to support this ROE. And so with the withdrawal from the second, I now entertain a new motion today to support the ROEs, but to pull out ROE 599 Pastoral Parker Ranch to add into the ROE agreement the responsibility of cleaning up the
Yeah, for
gorse.
gorse management.
Okay, so hold
That's the
on.
motion on the floor.
Okay, so I'm not going to pretend to be a parliamentarian. And so I'm going to confer with our AG to make sure that this is properly put together. And as a result of that, I'm going to go into a quick executive session so that we can resolve this.
I'm sorry, why is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, recess. We're going into a recess because I don't want to move forward with confusion. I think we have a legitimate question on the table that I cannot answer right now. So we're going to go into recess.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, no disrespect, what question is that?
I'm going to ask the question in recess and we'll come up with an answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Session.
So move.
All those in favor? All those in favor, say aye. Okay, so let's clear the room, please. Thank you. for your patience as we try to navigate through our issues. So I want to just summarize what we have learned and what we have determined. The area F2 and the area that it covers does not have gorse. We just learned that. Therefore, we're going to rescind the amended motion and revert back to the original motion. So when we are, so we're ready to proceed on that initiative.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I apologize for that we had to break through. So at this time, I'd like to, as a motion maker, withdraw my original motion.
And I'll second withdraw.
Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item F2 as submitted.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mahalo.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is item D1. Thank you, Juan.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good
Good
morning.
to see smiling faces on all of you. Again, for the record, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator, and we have various reports for your review. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Okay, moving on to D9. I'm sorry, we did D9? Sorry.
No, we did not D9. We're going to do D5 because it was deferred yesterday. The intent was to provide you with a workshop or information under D5 and with action to follow today. So
Okay.
we'll leave that to you, whether you want to make a decision today or defer the action.
Approximate.
But we will do, I'll call up Dean to do the workshop.
Why don't we get started? Yeah, and just be cognizant of time, but let's get
Is this a
started.
timeline item? Is this a timeline item? This?
Dean's usually pretty quick,
Yeah,
so
he'll-
let's
He'll
get through
provide
it,
that
Dean. Yeah.
information.
All right.
Morning, Commissioners. Dino Shiro, Loan Services Branch Manager. Day later, but that's okay. My stuff never changed. So what Mr. Garcia mentioned to you, yesterday we were supposed to do this workshop with today being the approval of the submittal. I believe you folks have the PowerPoint packet plus the actual submittal. For those commissioners that recall, a couple months ago, I approached you folks for the USDA RD amended MOU. Coincidentally, 2 months later, here comes Veteran Administration, VA, asking almost the same thing. So kind of timing perfect. We've been through this before. We're doing the same thing. I'm gonna just give you the brief bullet points of what changed, who's affected, what's affected, and then hopefully going to the submittal, regaining your approval to go ahead with the amended version. Okay. Unless you like that stuff again, then I can switch on.
You want to
Okay.
switch?
Yeah. So how this all started, again, pursuant to the federal government, they follow the United States Code. VA requires a memorandum of understanding or the MOU with us at DHHL so that they can originate loans for our beneficiaries. According to VA, the veteran must have a valid VA home loan certificate eligibility, and that is issued by the VA themselves. And again, the purpose of these loans is to purchase, build, or repair and must be the VA veteran's place of residence. Okay. So the current MOU that we executed, the department executed and signed was back in September of 1993. So that original MOU notated that the program was supposed to be a pilot program. Here we are in 2023 and the pilot kind of still going, yeah? So there needs to be some change, but as my slide says, since 1993, there's been no amendments, no changes to that original MOU. Okay, so again, it refers, go ahead. So it refers to a pilot program Our new amended version that you folks have a copy does not, we took out the words pilot program. And that also the amended one specifically states that VA should enter into an MOU with DHHO. Again, the original one did not have any verbiage to that effect. Herein was a one that we noticed later on. The original version referenced a DHHO processing VA loans for a $300 fee. The amended version, we took that out. There's no fee that needs to be paid. And however, to the best of the staff's recollection, and we have guys in our section 30 years, we have never processed the request nor collected a $300 fee from the beneficiaries. So thus we asked for this clause to be removed. And also we are now requiring, like you folks were aware, RD, remember, they didn't have any reports. They weren't required to provide us reports. We're now requiring VA to provide us quarterly reports regarding their portfolio. Okay. So the last, just a brief snapshot of where VA is. Currently, they have 184 loans outstanding, roughly 35 million, 18 delinquent loans totaling 3.2 million. Okay. So briefly, what happens in case of default? The lender, as VA, they are responsible for the collection effort. If they fail, if they feel that this beneficiary or this borrower is no longer somebody that they can work with, they'll go ahead and request a guarantee to DHHL via a demand letter. What we will do is they'll also perform an appraisal. Go ahead, Mike. And then we'll issue the check to VA for here's the good part, the lesser of the appraised value or the balance. Okay, so again, if the balance is 300,000 and they do appraisal, it comes in at only 250, we only will pay the 250. DHHL pays the 250. The VA is willing to eat the difference of that 50,000. They're going to absorb that loss, not DHHL. Okay. Then again, the VA will assign the mortgage and note to us, and our loan services branch will then service the loan like how we all normally do with all of our loans in our portfolio. Okay. So in conjunction, again, part of today's action was to two steps, right? Approve the amended version of the MOU between the department and VA, and also, like we did with previous RD MOU, the commission can delegate to the chairman the authority to execute the amended MOU upon the completion of the revisions. I believe what you folks saw was just the draft, had the track changes, the highlights, so you saw what was changed. We can't have him sign that. We got to make them all nice and clean, and then have VA sign it. Our AGs has been helping us review it. They'll sign it, and then lastly, the chairman. And that's what we're here for today, for your approval to the MOU amended version.
Commissioners, any question? Go ahead.
Dean,
Yes.
mahalo. This is great work. Really appreciative of our veterans and the opportunity that they can get the loans. Well, a quick question. So,
Sure.
Who's the contact person at the VA that you are working with for the MOU?
They've changed. Her name is Sherry.
Is she on Hawaii Island or Oahu?
Yeah, okay, so VA, if normal, outside of DHHL world, if you ask for a VA loan, you can go to certain lenders and they can do it. With DHHL beneficiaries, they have required that you can only go to the VA office. The VA office on Oahu is located in Tripler Hospital. So that's where the contact person is. But like a lot of federal government agencies, a lot of these people are working from home already. Since COVID, they never really go back to the office. So they do a lot of it teleworking from home.
What was the lady's name? Sherry?
Sherry Castaneras.
Castaneras.
Yes.
We can find her online or
Or let us know and we'll,
Okay,
because I have a
from you.
loan officer dedicated specifically for VA requests. And we can get you
We'll
the information.
check with you if that
Yes,
is,
if you need that.
Mahalo.
Yes.
Any other questions, commissioners?
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so this is an agenda item that we can move to support at this time. Item D6, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. If the commission is
So-
prepared to take an
Yeah,
action, we
I
can do
think so.
that.
So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to support the item approval amendment memorandum MOU agreement between the state and Hawaii and the Hawaiian Homelands, United States Department of VA regarding direct loan, housing loans.
Second.
Yes.
Any public testimony on this item? Okay. If
Chair-
not,
Chair, can
go
I
ahead.
just
I'm sorry, go
confirm,
ahead.
Patty, you moved both items 1 and 2 in the recommended action.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and seconded. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If not, the motion carries. Mahalo. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for your patience.
Next up is G2. Andrew, thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G2 for information only. We are presenting just an update on West Hawaii projects and updates. For those of you who attended last night's community meeting in Kalaupapa, this is the same presentation, but we will touch upon in more detail the North Kona water development that Mr. Kohuli was talking about earlier in his testimony. So with me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, who will go through the presentation.
Aloha mai kako,
Aloha.
Vice Chair Awo and members. Thank you for your time and attention today. If you'll go to the next slide, please. There's 3 main subjects to this presentation, and this tracks the submittal to you. A brief review of how we estimate future water demands and how we then reserve water from the Commission on Water Resource Management, putting a kapu on water against other claims for our future uses. Then the calculation of what we believe our current West Hawaii water demands are for the next 20 years. And finally, some key updates on how we're trying to go from reservations into wet water, including the 2 North Kona wells that Andrew just mentioned. And just to pause for 1 second before I dive into that, I want to bring to all of you the point that these annual updates where I come with you as you go to different communities around the Aina Ho'opulapula and hold your meetings, we updated on water issues because of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Water Policy Plan that was adopted in 2014, which was the first comprehensive policy around water that the Commission had since 1921. And when we did our first round of 2 years of beneficiary consultation, beneficiaries had 32 goals. And in our second round, they were asked to rank those goals, and 4 goals were highlighted as the primary goals for the department to pay attention to and work on the plan. And the first of those goals is that to actively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis. So that's why we're doing this presentation. If you go to the next slide. And as you well know, there's 3 planning regions for West Hawaii, Waimeanui, Kauai, and the Kealakehe La'iopua areas. If you go to the next slide. I'll now talk about very briefly, if you're not familiar, how do we go about and estimate our future water demands. We start with our island plans and our regional plans, the plans developed after extensive beneficiary consultation, where you, as the Hawaiian Homes Commission, set particular land use designations for all 200,000 acres in the trust. We take the information in those plans and then apply it to the best standards that are available on the next slide, which depends on the kind of land use. This might be the county water system standards for providing water for residential uses. It might be agricultural standards for diversified agriculture from the State Department of Agriculture, or for certain specialized uses. For instance, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs partnered with the U.S. Geological Survey to get the best estimates of how much water is needed by kalo cultivation, and we'll turn to those standards to estimate it. So we'll take, if you go to the next slide, really simply the land use designation that you've put on the lands after beneficiary consultation, multiply that by the applicable standard, and come up with an estimate. So for instance, in Hawaii County, if you want to put in a new single-family home, you're expected to have an allocation of 600 gallons per day for that house. If we're planning to build 50 homes in a particular area, you multiply the 2, that's a future need of 30,000 gallons per day. This was comprehensively calculated for all 200,000 plus acres in the trust in the State Water Projects Plan, which was approved by the Water Commission on May 16th, and then an updated form in May of 2021. And so our 20-year water demands are in that document. There you go. So just very briefly, these are the 20-year water demands for the tracts in West Hawaii. And less important than paying attention to the individual numbers, I just want to highlight for you, for instance, for the Kealakehe, Honokohau, Kalaua area, our current usage of water is about 0.33 MGD, a third of a million gallons per day. To build out in 20 years, we need 8 times that much. And that sort of multiple is true with all of our lands across West Hawaii. Water development and water availability remains one of the biggest challenges that we have to fulfilling our plans. If you go to the next slide. So one of the things that we do to try and make sure that that can happen is to secure water reservations from the Water Commission. So I'll briefly talk about what water reservations are, what they're not, and what reservations we have. In its simplest form, what a water reservation is supposed to be is by the Commission on Water Resource Management, the ultimate trustee of Hawaii's water resources. It's a kapu for future use. They set it aside for us and nobody else is supposed to take that water. It has additional legal protections, and particularly in water management areas where the Water Commission has designated a higher level of water protection. There's some particular protections, including all water use permits issued in water management areas are subject to the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Unfortunately, there's no area on Hawaii Island that's a surface or groundwater management area, so those additional protections to our reservations don't exist on Hawaii Island. We secure water reservations in a bunch of ways. Sometimes the Commission on Water Resources Management starts the process. They say, we're going to be amending a stream flow standard to see how much water should be in a stream. But as part of that process, we want to make sure we account for DHHL needs. Sometimes it has to do with a Board of Land and Natural Resources action. Before the board is required to issue water licenses when water is coming off of state lands and going to a third party. And before they're allowed to do that, the most famous example is the East Maui irrigation issue. They have to reserve adequate water for us. In addition, it can be at the request of the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the department. We come to them and say, we'd like you to reserve water for us in these particular areas. So what has happened so far? Oh, sorry. No, please go forward. I jumped ahead in my mind to a slide beyond this. So that's what a water reservation is. Water reservations aren't like we get the reservation today and tomorrow we have water for our homesteads. It sets it aside, but it doesn't do certain things. It doesn't address the issues that Auntie Jojo was talking about in Kalaupapa of the high price of water. It also doesn't immediately get us wet water. We still have to advocate at the legislature. We still have to get CIP funds. We still have to design, go through the environmental review process, and reach agreements with the county or other water providers to actually operate that water. So it's important. It gets us part of the way there, but it doesn't get us all the way there. Go to the next slide now. So what do we have so far for West Hawaii? The left-hand column refers to the groundwater units in which our hydrologic units in which our reservations apply. So Hawi is for our lands at Upulu Point. Mahukona is all of our Kailapa lands. Honoka'a is from some of the lands in this area. And then our Keaho lands are underlying La'iopua, Kealakehe lands. And there's the dates at which the Water Commission officially set aside those reservations in the last column. So that was the first 2 of the 3 parts. Now the third and final part is to talk to you about what we're doing to try and turn those reservations into wet water. We'll talk about North Kona well development and then some recent policy advocacy and training efforts. And I think Andrew's going to talk in more detail about the portions on North Kona water development, and I'll jump in with the rest.
Okay, so in North Kona, the department has been participating in the Ota well development. I'll go over that in a couple more slides. And then the department has identified 2 potential well sites that are off of Hawaiian homelands that are needed to provide water to our future developments in North Kona. Next slide. So real quickly, the Ota well is a well development proposed by the Natural Energy Labs of Hawaii. sorry.
Authority.
That's right. And the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation. So this is not a DHL proposed well. This was a well proposed by other state entities. These entities went through the well development process. They did an environmental assessment. They went before CWRM and filed a permit, a well construction permit application. CWRM has, and then in 2020, the department commented on the well construction permit. Because we do have water reservation in the area, we asked CWRM to place condition, or we asked CWRM to take a look at placing conditions on the well construction permit to provide the department with water, because we do have a water reservation in the area. Because these are two state entities, these entities were agreeable to placing a condition to give DHL about 18,000 gallons per day from that Ota well. In 2022, CWRM took action to approve the permit with conditions for DHL, as well as other conditions to protect public trust resources use of water, which included studying the water level,
Coastal impacts from potential use, so an annual survey of the coast, as well as a request that the well developers provide approximately $13,000 per year to the Division of Forestry and Wildlife for watershed protection in the area. What happened, however, and it's a sort of surprising move, that after the Water Commission approved the permit with conditions, the Natural Energy Lab came onto the call and asked for a contested case on it because they disagreed with those two conditions. And so the permit remains approved by the commission, locked into a contested case, which hasn't been moved forward on, and the parties haven't withdrawn their contested case. If they withdrew their contested case, they'd have a permit and they could move forward with the development of the well.
Thanks. Okay. So the department identified two potential well sites off of Hawaiian homelands to provide water to our lands in Kealakehe and Kalaupapa, as well as Kalawa. These two sites are on the map, right? The yellow square area is, well, not really square, but that yellow area is the Canary Commercial LLC property. They are a private company based in California. The red, that small little red dot at the bottom of the map, that is a well site on Kamehameha School's property. That particular well site has one existing well that is already drilled. And for various reasons, Kamehameha Schools is no longer in need of the water from that well, but they are interested in providing water to DHL. So real quickly, we've been in conversations with Canary Commercial LLC for at least 5 to 6 years. Conversations began in 2018. It's a preferred site because it's a high-level well site, and it is less likely to impact freshwater flow to the Makai areas. So in 2018, the department negotiated with Canary LLC to just go on property to do due diligence related to environmental assessment. We contracted out a contractor to start the environmental assessment process, but we didn't move forward with it because we are still negotiating site access with the landowner. During the pandemic years, we had ongoing conversations with the landowner. Initially, the conversations were about the landowner providing land to the department in exchange for providing a little bit of the water that the department would receive from developing a well to the landowner. However, the landowner changed their development goals and instead are now interested in selling the property on open market. As Mr. Kahui had mentioned earlier, the legislature did appropriate $12.2 million to the department for North Kona water source development and infrastructure improvements. During the break, I did check with our administrative service office. The department has 3 years in which to expend the money from the time it is appropriated. So we have until 2024 to expend this money.
Thank you.
The landowner expressed interest in selling the entire property recently in April of 2022. We are currently in negotiations with the landowner on a reasonable price to purchase the property. Just a couple of other notes to make note of. I think in last month's commission meeting, Mr. Kahui had mentioned that there was a coffee farmer or coffee venture on the property. So the existing landowner does have a lessee on the property who is a successful commercial coffee farmer. The lease runs through 2027. Should the department purchase the property now, we would inherit that lease. The lease pays the current property owner about $10,000 per month. So when Mr. Kahui was talking about coffee farming, he was talking about an existing lessee on the property who's raising coffee, and the department would inherit that lease going forward as part of the transaction. So that's where we're at right now. The department is actively seeking to find a reasonable price with the landowner to acquire the property so that we can go ahead and develop a well source on that property. The second well site that we're looking at in to service North Kona is the Kamehameha Schools well site. In December last year, we brought to the commission a memorandum of understanding seeking the commission's approval to authorize the chair to sign that memorandum of understanding. Basically, Kamehameha Schools, they developed the well in the late 80s, early 90s because they were pursuing resort development projects for their lands. However, over the last 2 decades, their development priorities have changed and they no longer need the water. However, the Department of Water Supply advanced water credits to them, and they are still seeking a commitment from someone to fulfill the infrastructure improvements that were promised for those water credits. So Kamehameha Schools knew that we needed water, so they approached us and they asked us whether or not we would be interested in partnering with them to make those improvements, and in exchange, they would give us those water credits. So the MOU with Kamehameha Schools that was passed, not passed, but approved by the commission in December 22 kind of goes through more details of what that agreement is. The details are in your packet. Essentially, we would pledge to design and develop a second well on the property, and in exchange, the Department of Water Supply would take over the long-term operation and maintenance and give us water credits that we can then use in La'iopua. We would also have to compensate Kamehameha Schools for the existing well as well as the land needed to develop the second well as well as other water system improvements.
So with that, I'll then update you. In addition, in the last 12 months since we reported to you on issues in this area, there's been some very interesting policy developments in Hawaii County regarding water. We updated you on this last year, but it was voted on by the County Council, I believe, the day after your Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting. But very briefly, Hawaii County Bills 112 and 115 from last year were the developers of the Waikoloa Resort wanting to take 9 holes out of their golf course and put them into timeshare use. This project was already well along its way, its council process to completion. One of the concessions the developer had offered was to set aside 2% of all time sale shares into a special fund controlled by a foundation, and that some of those funds were going to go towards affordable housing issues. Some of those funds were going to go towards sort of malama aina kinds of activities in areas that were impacted by tourists. At the request of Council Member Matt Kaneali'i Kleinfelder, he had inserted into the bill that 1/4 of the 2% would actually go to, quote, water resource development for Native Hawaiian communities in the district of South Kohala. And that was subsequently passed by the Hawaii County Council as a condition of their development. It's going to be 5+ years until they actually start to do sales and realize revenue from that, but there will now be this revenue that's going to this foundation, but has to be allocated towards those purposes. Second big amendment, a little bit later in 2022, there was a bill in front of the County Council that would propose a charter amendment that would have gone before the voters of Hawaii County to amend the Hawaii County Charter, and it would have done 3 big things. It would have added a required representative of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to the County Board of Water Supply. it would have required the Board of Water Supply to receive the same training in Native Hawaiian law that currently members of the BLNR, the Land Use Commission, and other boards and commissions require, and would also require the Department of Water Supply to do an annual report to the council, including on how they were providing water to DHHL. It was defeated on its second reading. There was testimony in strong opposition from the Board of Water Supply itself, mixed testimony from our beneficiaries, some testifying in favor of it, some testifying against it. But something good's coming out of it that I will talk about in a little bit. Finally, the last policy issue that's emerging right now is that the Commission on Water Resources Management is going around the state to try and amend the IIFSs, which are the fancy word for how much water should be in a stream for it to be a stream, but the interim in-stream flow standards. And they've been looking particularly in this area at surface water sources, including Waikoloa Stream, which is the stream that flows through Waimea and ultimately should flow Makai in Waiulaula Stream, comes out sort of near the Mauna Kea Resort, but that stream does not flow to Makai right now. So the Water Commission is looking at the diversions on it, including one diversion where 100% of the base flow is taken by the County Department of Water Supply, treated, and put into their water system. I mentioned a little bit before that sometimes water reservations can be triggered by the Commission on Water Resource Management. So they actually require themselves to make sure we have sufficient reservations of water if they're setting a new in-stream flow standard. They're also going to be reaching out to the community and talking about, are there other public trust uses of water that would be exercised in Waikoloa and Waiulaula Stream if there were water in it. They're about to begin outreach on that. In addition, the Water Commission has noted that the County of Hawaii has no license to this water. There's a number of Parker Ranch diversions on streams that they have no license to water. Because there's constitutional and statutory provisions, including in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, that 30% of water license fees are supposed to go into the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. The lack of licenses means there's no money coming into those funds right now. So these issues will undoubtedly arise as the Water Commission is taking up these issues in the community. And it's going to be an opportunity not just for the department, but for the beneficiaries in this area to participate in this process and advocate for beneficiary needs. So finally, I want to highlight two things. One is, and this is partially a way to address a question from Commissioner Kaupu to Andrew earlier. We have been working with the Kalaupapa Community Association. They've set up a huiwai, or a water committee, to try and explore various water options for the area. It's been dependent on our availability as well as their volunteer time. There's been some effort but certainly top-down commitment of focus that this is a priority for the department would also spur that effort along. And finally, in response to the proposed charter amendment that I mentioned before, some of the thoughtful debrief from people who had opposed it, who were beneficiaries, said, you know what, if we can't be mandated to have our beneficiaries be members of the Board of Water Supply, what if we actually just offer training to our beneficiaries to prepare them to actually go through the regular process and sort of tier up to be members of the Board of Water Supply or the Water Commission or the boards on their other areas? So we thought it was a great idea. We worked in our continuing efforts with the Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law at UH and have designed a 4-week training. We sent out email notices to Homestead leaders around Hawaii, and we were hoping, okay, maybe we'll get 25, 30 people. That would be like the maximum we could. By the deadline of a few weeks after sending out the first email, we had, I think, 55 or 60 people say they wanted to go through the training, all beneficiaries, really, really great response. So it's going to be capped at 30 just because of how much we can handle. There's a commitment to do another round of training in the fall. And this is another way in which this training for beneficiaries is a key part of the water policy plan, because we recognize we're always most successful in advocating for our water rights when it's not just the department or it's not just the beneficiaries, but it's the two of us shoulder to shoulder appearing in front of these boards and commissions and advocating for our rights. So this is going to hopefully help build up that capacity in our communities. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. Mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? No questions. Okay, thank you.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Doctor.
I think
I think the
he wanted to.
Kupuna has,
Or
excuse me. Beneficiary.
wanted to do testimony.
Public testimony. Come up.
Chicken cutlet and rice and gravy.
Okay, sure.
Brown rice, that'd be good.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to apprise the commission about the water at Honokaia. In 2006, when they did the EIS for the Honokaia subdivision, they never did have any information or make any information about the next door neighbor who the county was developing a 500,000 gallon reservoir and digging a well right next door. That water goes straight down to Honoka'a. Their EIS didn't even mention the development that was happening right next door. And that Honoka'a subdivision was offered at water catchment only. Water catchment, you need to have 60 to 80 inches annually. That happens on the lower part of this Honoka'a additional acreage. So on Mamalohoa Highway. I'm at the top and border with Mr. Bertelman, part of the Kamoku Pastoral offering. And the rainfall is 39 inches. So that's far away from the recommended by the department that we have water catchment only for that whole subdivision. And everybody was supposed to build their own water catchment. So we have a few ranchers who did build their water catchment. And as soon as they did that, in no time, they are hauling water. They have to haul water all the way to here, Waimea, to get water here and drive all the way back to Honoka'a. Now, I think that we need to work on something where the Honoka'a ranchers, there must be some kind of standpipe, or some kind of, well, not a spigot, well, whatever. Sometimes we need access to water. And there's, if you look on the map, the purpose of that was to aid the water from here all the way over there to that direction. And there must be some way, I want the department to work on something so that we can have access to that water, so the ranchers don't have to come all those miles to come and get water here to take to water their pipi at Honoka'a additional acreage. So that is a concern, and I hope that can be worked on because it's unnecessary. Kalau Wilson is here at least 2 times a week, traveling back and forth, and I believe he has 3 big containers on his truck. So I would like somebody to work on that and see that we can get access of water to the neighboring where that is. And that was built with our funds. Our funds is not only for the County of Hawaii water system for certain area. Our funds is to help the community in general, we the community in general. And that's all I have to share.
Okay, mahalo, Auntie. Any questions for the testifier?
I have a question, Chair, more for Andrew. Andrew, what Auntie was describing about not being taken into consideration when they develop the neighboring property, that whole presentation that you and Jonathan did about reservations and they got to take into account our needs, this development predated that whole system?
It didn't predate the whole system, but it did predate the department's water policy plan, in which the department and the commission agreed to aggressively assert our water rights. So since 2014, the department, with the commission's blessing, has been a lot more active in advocating for these types of reservations. So unfortunately, and Auntie, correct me if I'm mistaken, the water system that she was referring to was developed before 2014. But I think we can definitely advocate for our water rights in this area, and you look at potential solutions in partnership with the Department of Water Supply and how we can bring water to these lots. I think one additional thing that has come before this body before is that the department had settled with the plaintiffs in the Honokaia water suit. So we are still working through some of the settlement conditions, and we'll probably be updating the commission over the next several months on where we're at with that project.
So the department wasn't as aggressively pursuing its rights, but at the time, the Department of Water Department was obligated to provide a certain reservation to us from this specific developed well site.
The Department of
It's too late to go back and cover that right?
It's not too late to go back, and I think we have had much more productive conversations with the Department of Water Supply on their obligations to the fulfillment of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and they are a lot more receptive to us when we go to them and we ask them to look at opportunities in which we can partner. So there is good opportunity to reach out to the Department of Water Supply and see what some of the engineering solutions could be to provide water to Honokaia. I think what and correct me if I'm misinterpreting your statement, is that when the Department of Water Supply originally constructed the system in the area, they failed to take into account DHL development and DHL future plans. They are much more aware in 2023 about their obligation to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
So the obligation existed at the time, they just didn't observe it.
They didn't observe it. The department didn't advocate for it at the time, but we are trying to improve upon.
So when we go back and
past.
remind them that they failed to observe it, they're being congenial in discussion about future development, but not looking to go back and fix the past.
They're being congenial in looking at ways to provide water to Hawaiian homelands, past, present, and future.
Yeah.
One point I want to make. Now, the maps, when NRCS closed their office that was at the Kamuela Business Center, they got rid of a lot of the maps. I asked that the maps now, those old-time maps have all the details, water line, electric line, blah, blah, blah. Now they're using all satellite, and that does not provide all that detail. So it's hard to refer, so it's hard to get those old maps. Not even NRCS has old maps. They're only using what they're getting from satellite, and that is very inconclusive, very incomplete. We have some here. I asked to see some maps. That tells you what I got. They have the maps there, but they didn't want to, Jim didn't want to bring out the maps because I wanted to see specifically that there is the water line and it's included in the EIS. The engineer from county office has sent me all their EIS, all the information. So they're, he works with us, he works. So we just got a holomua and get what we need, and hopefully very shortly we'll have that improvement so they don't have to travel miles, because the 100-year plan for what the rainfall water is certainly does not work. So looking forward to improvements. Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, so I'm going to call up our next testifier, Auntie Emily Naiole.
brother. Calamine. Sorry, brother. No, put this Kawilo someplace else. Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. You know, I'm listening. Everything they talked about the water today with the water report, there's Maku'u Hawaiian Homes is already old story. And so I'm here. I live in Maku'u Hawaiian Homes, Emily Na'ole, 35 years is how long the bugger was existing. But I know that our water line, our 2-acre side, no more water. 35 years or 30 years later, and I remember 2014, they made a new well. And then the lava was coming down the hill. They had to hold everything. 7 years later, we never continue. So the old stories, thank you for being here, all of you. Yeah. So, you know, when you get 35 years of history, I've been at Maku'u for 35 years. I know the history. So no more water. We have a beautiful homestead, but no more water but a 2-acre. I don't know how come. Yeah, if you made the pipes, you made everything, no more water. It's called insanity. Yeah, I only went community college with an associate degree. Promise to God, but I'm smart. I'm very smart. I'm akamai because God give me the wisdom. Yeah, God is the one with the wisdom. And he told me, baby, you better, I live Pahua. And I had to travel 1.5 hours to come here. So when I heard them talking, God said, you better get over there and speak up. You guys are left in the dust. My Maku'u been left in the dust. So that's why he said, get your butt over there, girl. You have to speak up, because if you don't speak up, they don't know what the heck is going on. I'm sorry, I got to talk pidgin English and straight to the point. Yeah, commissioners, mahalo for, you know, having patience with me, because as I cry for our people, I cry for the people. I was a city council lady for 4 years. I cry for our people. I know what's going on. It's real. We are being treated like, I don't know, the Micronesians are better off than us. Yeah, so I need to speak the truth. Listen to me. I'm speaking the truth. Before I come over here this morning, pulikako, because I'm coming with the force of God, not only Emily. And I need to speak out because, and my president of Maku'u Hawaiian Homes was Paula Kekahuna. She just died about 4.5 months ago. I don't know, some of the people in the Hawaiian Homes don't even know that. She died. Auntie was my president for years. She was our matriarch, right? And she just died. And Mother's Day was just Sunday. And you know, we have to cry because our mama of Maku'u Hawaiian Homes has gone to heaven. And she said, Emily, get off your ass and get ripping. Yeah, I have a walker over here, but I came all the way to Waimea because I got a bala'au. I look at other people that got the residential lots. Man, they score, man. I went down to their beautiful community center. Us in Maku'u busting our ass with our farmers. But we're suffering. We're suffering. But my place get water. I'm outside with my water hose every day. I'm watering my plants. I'm blessed. But the guy's not blessed. That's the one I got to stand up for, right? So my niece said, Auntie, hold on, but I got to talk. The Lord said, you got to go over there, talk. You got to tell the truth, and you got to need a brother. Thank you for looking me in the eye. I need your eyes. Your eyes is the one tell me that you're paying attention and that you can hear me, right? So thank you very much. Please make sure that they're moving for our Maku'u also, because I don't like see everybody moving and us not moving. Oh no, I'm a warrior for God, and He has sent me to speak. Thank you very much. Mahalo.
Thank you. And Auntie, before you leave,
Yes.
commissioners, do we have any questions for Auntie Emily?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Oh, I have one here.
No questions for Auntie Emily, but just say mahalo for coming and
Yes.
taking the time drive all the way over here.
Thank you, Mike. You know, I worked with Mike when he was the geothermal person. So now I'm nice to see you here. Like I said, our people need help. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
mahalo. Thank you so
Mahalo.
much.
God bless you. Thank you, Auntie. One up.
Okay, our next testifier, could you provide your name for the record, please?
Aloha, I'm Charlene Kahumoku.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, I
Mahalo.
was supposed to speak earlier, but both
Yeah.
said wait too.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I live in Kailo Kona of Villages of La'iapua. I am a leasee in there since 1998. Because of health issues going back and forth to Honolulu until July 2020. In October 2020, I joined the Village of La'iapua Association, so I'm on the board. And in September 2022, I joined the La'iapua Community Development Corporation with them. The reason I joined these boards is to communicate, educate, learn, and share with my neighbors. As an original owner, we were promised a park. Fast forward 25 years later, still no park where we live. My granddaughter is going to be 7 years old, who will be the successor of where we live. When she plays with the neighbor kids, they end up on the streets. So I'm here about the G2 West Hawaii Water Project. I'm here not only for the park, but other homes coming up in our area needs water. I'm asking DHHL, what will it take to get a solution for our water problems? I'm not looking to be a problem, but I'm on the board looking forward for a solution in working together in unity with DHHL. For we have 3 boards where we live, L2020, La'iapua CDC, and VOLA. Each board has a different mission. I'm in support in the department purchasing the Giannalis property TMK 7-5-001-000. This acquisition would provide sufficient water for villages 1 and 2 coming up for approximately 400 homes. More important, the water will help the solution of a park that was on the original plan. Mahalo for letting me speak in behalf of where I live. I'm very heartfelt that I haven't been active for 20 years. And when I came on board, I just choose to see what's happening. And I understand there's a lot of people involved to make this happen. You know, being on LCDC board, I educated and learned from them the roots of where this all coming from, just in the area we live. So I can imagine you guys being commissioners, the duty and the jobs you have, and I commend you guys to be here right now and to listen to all of us, you know, our palikia and our concerns. But for me, I'm for my successor to try to make a difference. And I'm guilty of not standing up 20 years when I came on the property. But I'm here now and I'm praying that I make a difference to where I where I live. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Charlene. So before I open up for questions, please know that you're not viewed as a problem as you come before us. You're a beneficiary advocate and your mana'o has tremendous value. So I just want you to know that. Commissioners, any questions for the testifier?
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mahalo for testifying. Last night at the community meeting, there was a young gentleman who was presenting about the community. I think he's the president or something of the one of those associations.
Kioni Kealoha? Yes, I knew he was attending that.
And he mentioned a site that they're developing into kind of for community imu and so forth. Is that the same site that you're talking about that was designated as a park? Or designated for to be developed into a park for the community?
Okay, that's his intent to do that part, what he shared. But for me, being on VOLA board as one of the director, I was secretary last year, that there's more that what he's sharing, that there's more involvement, that he hasn't shared, So the heart of, yes, the park is part of it, but it's the entities around to bring the park to happen. And this is what I've learned for Laiapu, LCDC board. So for me, I'm 70, going to be 71, and I only now stepping up to the plate to do my part as a Hawaiian, And so for me, the way my grandmother taught me is learn from the kapunas, no matter what the age, it's the knowledge that they had, and take whatever they did right and carry it on to your future children. And whatever they did wrong, find out what went wrong and make correction.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want.
But that's the part I'm saying that Keone is talking about, but it's the things that involved.
Same property, but
Basically.
got some community, kuka gotta happen
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Okay. Mahalo.
But I'm involved in trying to work together in unity.
And mahalo for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Charlene. We're going to call up the next testifier. Thank you so much.
Aloha, Commissioners. Again, Bo Kahui with the Laiupo Community Development Corporation, and again, former President and Executive Director for the villages of Laiupua, as well as a founder of the Laiupua 2020. In the submittal before you by J2, on page 4, it does speak about the amount of water given to the commission, 3.398. Laiupua CDC participated in that process. We made sure that the water allocation by SeaWorld is important. That water reservation is necessary in order for us to do water development. Without it, you can't go get water. I make the point on that. The table on the bottom provides that information. The following page, on page 5, speaks to seaworm setting aside that water. And then, of course, the mechanism for which those waters are protected. It's important to note that through this particular mandate, the department now can seek water development. On page 6, item 2, in the very first line, it says DHHL will not have any water credits available from the co-op, from the county DWS to develop additional homesteading in North Kona following the build out of the Village 4. So it's central now. It's critical now for the commission to act and get this water source going. On page 7, Canary Commercial Development, LLC. I've been working with these guys over 7 years. We started out with a simple plan to go develop 5 acres, and now we have to buy the whole property, 129 acres. Laiupua CDC encourages this body to purchase the property. The property will provide $10,000 a month in income for up until December 2027. I think the department, given its history, and I think given its timetable to do anything, will benefit from this particular lease, sublease action, because then they'll have time. They'll have time to do and manage this property and then figure out what else to do with the property. Laiupua CDC will seek a right of entry upon the purchase of this property to come up with a beneficiary plan. And that's our hope. Take the 5 acres for the well, take the remaining 124 acres, and figure out a plan for the department and the beneficiaries of West Hawaii. On page 8,
Bo, we're at 3 minutes. You want to do, I'll let you do a quick wrap, but we have to move to the next testifier.
okay, on page 8, on the bottom, the department did an assessed value. I have the assessment right here, $10.5 million for the property. The department has $12.2 million now that it can act on. It's important that we do and initiate that because of the limited time frame for the exercise of those funds. I sent out a packet to each member, and I just want to point out a couple of
So,
things.
but
This won't take but a minute.
Okay.
So on the, when you look at it under your tab 1, you look at that resolution that was approved by us last November. We speak directly to the need for the water. On page 2, on your second bullet, in 2015, I did a water survey of our community in order for us to qualify for the water and the USDA funding. We
Okay,
qualify.
so Bo, I'm going to wrap it up and I'm going to open up for questions, if anybody has questions. Okay, so commissioners, do we have any questions for the testifier?
Just a final comment.
Final comment, then we're going to move on.
Item 3, you'll see our support from our legislators and Habitat for Humanity that supported the purchase. And finally, on the 4th tab, that tab provides you the legislation I wrote on behalf of LCDC for us to get the $12.2 million. So I have a stake in this. And I encourage this commission to act on this, purchase the property, let's move on and let's get water for Hawaiians. Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, next up, thank you, Bo. Next up is Jojo Tanimoto, followed by
very
Pat
much, Chair.
Hawaii-Ola and Cindy Freitas. So we have 3 testifiers in the holding tank.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a question and I have a comment according to the presentation that the planning director provided. And the first comment is on the Waikoloa stream. And my concern is that that stream is being proposed to be sold. And that was set up so that Hawaiian homes in Kauai High would have water to access in the future planning so we can expand in Kauai High. So it was a concern, but now we find out last week they are planning to purchase the Oli Well land, okay? And that's the Waikoloa stream that was being presented. That's supposed to go all the way down towards the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel and out to Maumai Beach. So that is a comment. That's something new that came up. That's something I like to bring up with the Kalaupapa Water Committee, but we haven't had a meeting in so long. So I think it's appropriate to bring it up now so that Jonathan and Andrew know that there is an expediency to get involved with the water regarding the Waikoloa stream. Then I have a question, and that is the Lalamilo water, the reservoir, the all of that stuff that you guys got monies you're allotting to Lalamilo. I'd like to know how Kauai High accesses that resource, because we got a lot of land that's coming up that wants to be used, but I don't see where we are included in the Hawaiian Homes Lalamilo well. And I'd like to be, get Kauai High involved with that and find out information about that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mahalo. Okay, so we're going to, did you want to respond to the question?
If I may, Vice
Yes,
Chair, very
sorry. Go
quickly.
ahead. Go ahead.
Lalamilo and a number of other potential water sources are on the south side of Honakoa Gulch. To deliver water from the south side of Honakoa Gulch to across will require an expansion of the county's water system. The water supply system ends at our industrial lots for county delivery. So there's a number of options that open up for water delivery to Kalaupapa and our other lands at Kauai if we can get the county to work to expand that and also work with the DOT because it's in the right of way. That's going to be the biggest barrier for all those potential sources that are on the south side as opposed to the north side of the gulch, more on our property.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Jonathan? Okay, thank you for the clarification. Uncle Pat, you're up next.
Chair, I didn't find out about the Lalamilo access. And Honakoa is a gulch. There is no getting over the gulch. So it's nice to know that it might at some point, but it's not coming over to Kalaupapa. Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Jojo, that's something we are willing to get back to you on.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo. Uncle Pat, you're up.
Hi, aloha. Can you hear
Aloha.
me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I can appreciate it. First, I want to preface this thing. I'm a native Hawaiian advocate on the east side of Hawaii that I expect to see all of you here in September. However, on G2, the water and the pleading and the request of Mr. Kahui and the rest of those that support and having to build water. We just need to, as Native Hawaiians, need to understand the geological makeup of this island. You know, Hilo, we get the rain. Kona, they get the sun. And then we get the water, then more water. They want to develop. Right now, we want to develop. We have water to develop. We just cannot reach Maku'u. And again, what Emily Naoli speaks to is true, but you'll hear again in September. I just want to offer my support. If we are going to, and we have the wherewithal, I'm talking about the commissioners, not me wanting to put words into your mouth. But if you were prepared to buy 20 acres in Hilo for $2.5 million of caves to expand our inventory, that's not necessary on the east side because we got land. We just need that. We got some of the water. You should and spend that money, commissioners, buying that 129 acres with the water for the people in Kona. You were prepared to spend for 20 acres, $2.5 million of buying some caves. So I want, that's me trying to express to you that these things can happen. And to Andrew's choice and to Dr. Show's choice, they've made the movement. They've showed and was clear that the failure of the department back in the time when Antikanani was mentioned, that's 2006, when that development, we didn't pursue, nor did the water department pursue. But times have changed. So we need to, I would want you to and advocate to you commissioners, please look at that. Because again, you were prepared to spend $2.5 million for 20 acres. I don't know what it's going to cost for 129 acres, but we've got some income there. We've got some water there that's necessary. We don't need the 20 acres over here in Hilo. And then I would end because I hit a buzzer. There's a young lady that I see sitting in my Zoom lens that I think maybe you were remiss in not introducing the deputy chair of the Department of Hawaiian Homes through the last 2 days in here. Maybe she didn't want to be introduced, but I think it's important. If I watching her, I like see who she is. Thank you.
Uncle Pat, mahalo for paying attention to the buzzer. We appreciate that. And I think you're referring to our deputy, Katie Ducat, off to my
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the testifier? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, mahalo, Uncle Pat, sharing your mana'o and with the water situation. But I wanted to add on to the message of appreciation to the deputy because she did meet with all of the East Hawaii
Absolutely.
associations. Yeah, so not just Kilkai, it was Panaewa, Kamana, Pi'i Honua, Maku'u, and Ka'u.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Chair. And also Molokai. She came to Molokai and met with all the associations. Thank you.
And I do want to add, Katie's coming to Maui as well. So, Uncle Pat, thanks for pointing that out to us. Mahalo for your mana'o. Thank you very much.
Aloha. Aloha. Thank you, Leah. Cut me off, Leah, please.
Okay. Okay, next up is Cindy Freitas.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha.
Aloha, I'm Cindy Freitas from Kalaupapa side. I mahalo all of you guys doing this water issue on G2, trying to get the water for the future generation and the future projects and the projects that was held up because of this water. But please consider the vacant lot. I waited 40 years for that vacant lot to arise in Kona. Now it's here. Please consider the vacant lot issue as well when you implement all this water and how that guy gave his presentation on kapu, the water, which is a great idea. But mahalo to all of you guys working diligently hard on the water issue in many of the islands, not only our island, but many other places as well. Please consider the projects that was left behind. Put them up, please. Thank you. Mahalo plenty.
Mahalo. Okay, so we are going to move into G3, Kalaupapa Electrical System.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G3 for information only. We are presenting the anticipated finding of no significant impact for the Kalaupapa National Historic Electrical System Rehabilitation and Upgrade Draft Environmental Assessment on Kalaupapa, Kalawao County on the island of Molokai. Today with me I have Nancy McPherson, who is the department's liaison to Kalaupapa.
Aloha Kakao Commissioners. Wish I could be there with you today in beautiful Waimea. I'm just going to briefly introduce this item, and then we have Nancy Holman, who is the Kalaupapa National Historic Park Superintendent. She'll be giving the presentation, and Lynn An Kot, who is also with the park. The commission's been briefed on Kalaupapa numerous times over the last several years, so I won't go into a lot of background detail. But this project is a National Park Service project. It is occurring on DHHL land as well as DLNR owned land. So if you look at the Figure 1 that shows land ownership, you can see that the project to upgrade and repair the electrical system extends out to the airport and the lighthouse. So that is not Hawaiian Homelands. And then it also extends out to the water pump house. So I just wanted to point that out. And then we do have a need for this to happen. National Park Service is our lessee, General Lease 231, and it is their responsibility to maintain infrastructure in the settlement and the water system, the electrical system. And so this project is attempting to do that. As you can see in figure 3 on page 5, the equipment is aging, it's malfunctioning, and it's actually creating a hazard. It's creating a lot of instability. So this is actually a combination NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, EA, and a Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, draft EA. So that's why it's got some stuff in it that may make it look a little bit different than the usual HEPA draft EA that you see. But I know some of the commissioners are familiar with NEPA EAs, and I'll let National Park Service describe the project and talk a little bit more about the desired timeline and some of the alternatives that have to be examined, particularly for the extension of the system out to the water pump house, which will increase the reliability and resilience of the water system. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to Nancy Holman. And mahalo, Nancy, for your patience. If there she is. Okay, you're muted.
Sorry, happy to be here, Nancy. Is it possible for you to run the PowerPoint for me? I just think it might be easier because I have a number of screens open if you have it.
I need to be made a co-presenter, I guess.
You are.
Okay. And I will open that up. Hold on.
Well, anyhow, good afternoon. My name is Nancy Holman. I'm the Park Service Superintendent here at Kalaupapa National Historical Park. I've been in the position about 1.5 years, so I'm happy to be meeting most of your acquaintance for the first time. I know there's been administrative change as well on the DHHL side, so it's been fun to work with several of the staff along the way as I've gotten oriented to this park. I think I'll just start by sharing, the National Park Service, we really do recognize the deep significance of Kalaupapa National Historical Park and really appreciate this opportunity to share project updates with the Commission today. The land and the natural and cultural resources are all highly significant here. That's no surprise to anybody. And that includes the electrical grid distribution system. And just as a reminder, this project is to rehabilitate and replace the existing electrical grid infrastructure that moves the power throughout the settlement. It does not address the power source. That power source is provided by the public utility Hawaiian Electric from topside Molokai. Today's overview represents 3 years worth of work on evaluating the project options, environmental issues, and engaging various stakeholders. So a lot of work's already been done to meet the goal of this project. As Nancy had mentioned, we've been updating Department of Hawaiian Homeland staff throughout this project starting about 2018. So it hopefully isn't new to most people. Yay, all right. Thanks, Nancy. So yes, slide 2 is perfect for this. This particular slide shows the alignment of that service. So if you want to go ahead and go to slide 2, Nancy, that would be great. So you can see the overview map of Kalaupapa Peninsula there with the yellow indicating where the electrical distribution grid is located. I also want to note that this project is what we call a design build project, which means that the National Park Service utilizes the experience of a contractor to inform the final design of the project. So this does impact the compliance timelines a bit, as the final design has not yet been determined. And I'll try to talk about that as I go, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those later. We'll continue to consult with Shifty until that final design is complete and in place. Next slide, please. So as Nancy mentioned, this is a project that crosses multiple land use jurisdictions. So it primarily takes place on land owned by Department of Highland Homelands. And that site, the management of this area is jointly managed by the National Park Service and the State Department of Health. So the National Park Service manages the natural and cultural features and the infrastructure on the DNHAL land via that general lease, as well as the cooperative agreement between the National Park Service and the State Department of Health. This is a first of a series of larger infrastructure improvement projects. There's been a large infusion of federal dollars to projects like this. And the National Park Service is committed to continue our legal responsibilities related to environmental compliance and working within our lease and agreement responsibilities. And we'll continue our process of clarifying what those responsibilities are, and appreciate that DHHL has become more involved and informed on Kalaupapa issues that will really help as we continue to move forward as partners. Like I mentioned before, Department of Hawaiian Homeland staff have been updated on this project since 2018. It feels like forever that this project's been around via our quarterly Kalaupapa Transition Working Group meetings. These include all the agencies responsible for the current management of Kalaupapa, through our National Historic Preservation Act 106 consultation meetings and newsletters, as well as several site visits. Next slide, please. We had mentioned that this power system is a functional element, so it moves the power around the settlement. It also is a cultural element of the community in the park. You can see some of those examples there. It allowed for power to exist here and be moved around, utilized by the patients and those that were caring for them. The patients would use the power grid system as a navigation aid for those that had limited site availability. Next slide. So there is a strong need to rehabilitate this outdated system. It's been around for decades. As Nancy mentioned, it is failing. We have pretty regular power outages that need us to replace various components. The poles have termite damage in them. So we're really hoping that we can get this replaced before more of the system continues to fail. So the first part of this project is to rehabilitate those overhead power lines, and then to also, in the second phase, look at bringing power to the pump house. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Next slide. So the first phase of the project is to replace about 110 power poles with poles that match and look and feel of the current system, to upgrade the insulators and attachment hardware for all pole and new equipment while trying to match the look and feel of that existing system, and to replace and upgrade about 46 streetlights that will be compliant with the National Park Service Night Sky Initiative and match the look and feel of what, while also being more energy efficient. Next slide. In the second phase of this project is to look at that area that is pumping the water for the settlement. So removing one of the diesel generators and install a smaller storage tank, bring a power slice, so that would serve as a backup power supply to the pump house, while bringing the power supply from the existing power grid or the updated power grid into this area. And I'll show that to you on some maps. Next slide. So we did break this project into zones to make it easier to understand. So you can see zone 1 inside these dashed lines. This is primarily the areas that are in the settlement and extending out to the airport, as well as up to the top of the, not up to the base of the poly, which is where the power comes into the settlement. Next slide. Zone 2 is a section that extends from essentially near the airport out towards the lighthouse area. And zone 3, next slide. Zone 3 extends the power out to the pump house, so that you'll see it split into several different components there, A, B, and C. That primarily has to do with what is actually in the contract for construction. So as I mentioned before, this is a design build contract. And currently this contract only has construction to zone 3A. It has design elements for zone 3B and 3C. And then when funding allows, we will go back and construct that to the design that the contractor has provided us that has been approved. So it's a little bit confusing in that area. Next slide. So we've been identifying and evaluating the natural and cultural resource issues in consultation with appropriate resource and regulatory agencies, as well as our non-governmental stakeholders. Various mitigation measures have been identified and included in the EA, but these remain open to change depending on the feedback on the EA and any additional consultation that may occur as we move forward in the project. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we've been working on public scoping for this project since 2020. Spring of 2021, the project was put on hold while contracting issues for additional design were addressed. In the fall of 2022, the National Park Service held new public meetings to touch base again with those stakeholders and consulting parties and to update them on the project and next steps. Throughout this process, the Park Service has continued to engage with various resource and regulatory agencies to address those resource concerns. Next slide. So the next steps on this project is to do a public release of both the draft NEPA EA and HEPA EA simultaneously for public comment. It just makes it easier for public to be able to give us feedback. The public will have an opportunity to comment through both the HEPA and the NEPA processes. We'll evaluate and respond to public comments and address and incorporate those into the design and the EA as appropriate. We'll incorporate public comments into the final design for this project. We will continue to complete the process for the National Historic Preservation Act and other National Park Service internal processes. We'll complete the HEPA-NEPA process and final decision documents. This includes a determination from DHHL on whether we should publish a combined FONSI or separate. This has to do with timelines because of that final consultation with Shifty on the design of the Pump House Road section. So we'll come back to DHHL and discuss whether we want to hold off on doing the FONSI signatures for HEPA while we're waiting to do the final signatures on the NEPA documents. Once that's all done, we will move forward with the construction process, which is anticipated to begin work in the summer of 2024. That completes my presentation and overview of the project, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Commissioners, any questions for the presenters? Go ahead.
I know that was fast.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, both Nancys. I know you guys got the same name, but I appreciate your presentation. And I just wanted to, I know this system, the electrical system is about 51 years old, and it has gone through a lot. And I know Department of Health, they're probably not going to be there very long because, you know, a lot of our people are passing on. But I just wanted to encourage National Park Service to continue to engage with our beneficiaries in whatever concerns they may have upside and those that are working for the national park. So just keep that in mind. I just want to make sure that they're not left out. And I realize that the comments are between May 23rd and June. Is that, they have to submit their comments in writing? Is that right? There's no other consultation on this matter? Nancy?
That is correct.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Mahalo.
You're welcome. And just as I guess I would put out a reminder that, you know, from a NEPA standpoint in 106, we do, you know, our 106 consulting parties are those that self-register as Native Hawaiian organizations, as well as our normal open to the public comment period. So that's just to help kind of clarify.
And I'd like to add another thing that I wanted to bring to your attention. The archaeological sites is very sensitive, so just keep that in mind.
Absolutely, thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo. Any additional comments, commissioners?
Well, and
Okay,
I'd just like to, sorry, Chairman, I'd just like to mention
Go
that
ahead.
Nancy Holman did mention that there could be additional Section 106 consultation as the project goes through design and all of that, correct?
So we will continue our consultation with Shifty
Okay.
beyond the sort of this comment period because of that design element.
Okay, mahalo. Laurie Buchanan would like to testify.
Thank you, commission members. Thumbs up, everybody can hear me. Thank you very much. Okay, aloha, Laurie Buchanan from the island of Molokai. I have been involved in much discussion about Kalaupapa for over 20 years. I would like to speak on this today. I know I only have a couple of minutes. So I'm gonna sum up this whole process in maybe 2 words. First word that comes to mind as I was reading and listening to this presentation was number 1, horrific, and number 2, tragic. Following that, I do wanna give props to Nancy McPherson of the department staff. Thank you very much, Nancy McPherson, for giving me the heads up at close of business on Friday. Following up with a 100-page report and letting me know that it was on the agenda yesterday, which got deferred to today. There has only been 1 2-hour 106 consultation by the superintendent to people here on the island of Molokai, stakeholders, registered stakeholders, which I was a part of. This is a very massive, multi-million-dollar project. It's so big, you heard her say that she had to, there's a zone 1, zone 3, and then in zone 3, there's a zone 3A, B, and C. I don't know where to start except to say that the real transgressions will occur not only in zones, in all of the zones, but in the new digging in Kalaupapa, which is virtually, in my perspective, one giant cemetery of iwi kupuna. And you heard from the superintendent that it is a design build. That means it's going to be up to a contractor who has not done any consultations with Native Hawaiians beneficiaries who own the land to get our feedback. In Zone 3, there will be digging in new areas to bring electricity that does not currently occur there, that is being provided by a diesel generator. And the significant ground alterations will inadvertently find EV Kupuna guarantees. And it might become a very huge, I can only think about Walmart, when Walmart dug up EV Kupuna on Oahu. The significance of that, and also at the Ritz-Carlton, it's horrific. It will be horrific. And all of this is not going to come up at this time, because through the lines you heard, it's going to come up later, even after a FONSI might be issued. I will have to take up a legal perspective on this EA that's going to come out soon, because of the lack of communication coming out from the Park Service to beneficiaries as well as people. So I heard the horn go off. I have a lot to say about this issue, except to heads up DHHL and not issue on FONSI, and to encourage more outlook. And the law has not been met in obligations of 106 to anybody here on the island of Molokai. Thank you.
Laurie, mahalo for your mana'o. I think you've said enough to alert us to a situation, so mahalo for that. Commissioners, any questions for the testifier? Okay, if not, we're going to go on to John McBride.
Hello, Commission. You know, I have worked on Kalaupapa. I've worked on Kalaupapa, working with patients, because I have a business down there with Meli Watanuki, St. Damien and Mary Ann Cope. Let me tell you something. This is the first time I saw Nancy. Oh man, we've been trying to get in touch with her. Oh, tough situation. Whatever the situation may be. I know the name McBride, no rhyme with the Hawaiians, right? So I was probably undercover because I'm 50% Hawaiian. I just wanted Nancy to know I'm 50% Hawaiian, so I'm beneficiary. And that's why we're trying to work with the national park. Pertaining to this, I support what Laurie says. The whole peninsula is a cemetery. That whole peninsula. I don't care where you dig, you're going to find something, because nobody knows where everybody buried over there. Until you dig, that's when you're going to find them. One section, 2,000 people in one section, right next to St. Philomena. But throughout that whole peninsula, we get graves all over. I don't know how you're going to get through that situation, but it's not going to be an easy one. And so what Laurie is saying is true. I don't care, unless you digging in the same hole that you've been pulled out, maybe you get a chance. But if you're going to start dredging, or you're going to start digging other places, you're going to get an issue. I know that. And so I just wanted to give my mana on that and support, because I'm an advocate to the patients. And I hope that the National Park is letting the patients know, because I tell you something, I talk with those patients. They're clueless on what's going on. Clueless. And that's why they're mad. They're mad. And maybe the department is trying to communicate with them as far as the national park. But these people, they cannot hear. Sometimes I have to go into their meetings. I know that the national park doesn't like me in those meetings because I can hear, they cannot. And when I communicate to them and say, this is what they said, they get shocked. And so just because the patients are in the meeting and you're talking, it doesn't mean it's connecting with them until somebody actually talk to them and tell them this is what's happening. Mele Watanuki is 88 years old. Yeah, and she's one of the most Akamai patients down there, along with John Aruda. These two are the ones that are going to make something. If you bring it to their attention, they're going to share their thing. So that was my manawa to that.
Mahalo, John. Okay, next person up is Bo Kahui. I'm sorry, wait, oh, Kalamai. I think we're done. I'm sorry, we missed you. Come forward, please, sorry. And can you state your name for the record, please?
Thank you. My name's Jan Heron Whitehead.
Mahalo.
My husband is Alessi here. I just, as everyone here is respecting you, listening to you, I would like you to listen. It's, to me, very distracting when there's whispering among you going on while someone's giving testimony. So also, I didn't hear your name or your position. What is your name?
My name is Leah. I'm the Commission Secretary.
Thank you.
I just would like to say, we apologize for the whispering, but it's all relevant to trying to get through the hearing. So that's why we have to communicate that way. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're done with that. We're going to move into the agenda.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, I just have a comment on G3 where it talks about next steps. The draft EA will be published on June 8th.
Dennis, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry.
Oh,
Can you hear me
Commissioner,
now?
I think I can answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a very short turnaround time. If we're going to get it published on the date that is in the PowerPoint, we have to get the letter submitted today. So I just sent that to Katie, and hopefully Katie can, well, we're processing it. Hopefully we can get that e-signed today. And the National Park Service is poised to upload everything onto the ERP website. But if we can't make everything in today, then it'll be published in 2 weeks, or it'll be submitted in 2 weeks, and that would be the June 8th publication date.
Okay, yeah, well, my question is that if it makes June 8th, we don't have a commission meeting till the end of June. And that means that the 30-day public comment period is over by July 10th. I don't think the commission is not going to be able to see the draft DA until June 28th.
No, the draft EA was submitted as Exhibit A to item G3.
All right, sorry, my error. Go ahead. Thank you.
Go ahead. Sure, you can. Go ahead.
That's very important, yeah, as a native Hawaiian. I know go America and give you guys great, no come to here and do that. And that's my manner.
Mahalo. So we are moving into the agenda.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Auntie Emily, you're up. Mahalo. Okay. And Leila Kealoha. Okay, mahalo.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Before I do anything, I'm going to sing a song. Ho'onani, I'm pretty sure you guys all know it. ho'onani kama kua mau ke ki me kau aneno ke a kua mau ho'o mai ka ipu ko ke lau ko ke lau Amen. That song is Praise God from whom all blessings flow. And I know it comes from God. 35 years ago, in 1985, I was awarded a land in Maku'u. So, and my name is Emily Naole. I was the first Hawaiian to move over there. Yeah, I had a shack, 16 by 24 shack, and I got a valedictorian coming out of that shack. But my mana'o is 6 years ago, it wasn't the same commissioners. I came hilo kilkaha, and my word back then was my father died, my brother Gabriel died, and my brother Philip died. So I come 6 years later, now I get same mana'o. Father died, brother Gabriel died, brother Philip died, and about 5 months ago, my brother John died. So we got 4 in the immediate family. Thank you for looking in the eye, because I know it's real. And this girl is Leila Kealoha, belonged to my brother John that's left the earth. Yeah. Beautiful. So I don't think we wanna be part of. So 35 years ago, when I was awarded my land, I called them up, 7 brothers and sisters. Hey, it's real. You guys come on, chug along. They went down 35 years, and they're still on the list. 4 died, 1 daddy and 3 brothers. So you know what? I like tell my story because it's for real. I'm not bullshitting. It's for real, guys. And so I know the world is watching us. Everybody is watching us, yeah, because we're suffering. And I just had a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at my land, and I'm exhausted. But I had to come over here because this is very important. Yeah, I know, like I get 3 sisters, 1 brother left. I have mine 35 years. I'm the only one that have. I know, like nobody get mad at me because you guys never do the homework. Yeah, it's the Hawaiian homes that never do the work. I am on task. I'm trying to check with everybody, making sure. That's why I come back again 6 years later. It's a problem. And I do not want to stay over here and watch everybody make no can. God said, get your elemu over there and vala'au. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I wrote some stuff down. My late president was Paula Kekahuna. Yeah, she was 35 years, us chug them down in the homestead. And, you know, we're a part of the homestead, never get blessings. Like I see some Kona people, they came way after us, but man, they're chugging for the money. Just like Uncle said, 12 million, we like them, we like them, we like them. But what about us that was there a long time? We were there 25 years. And so I'm calling out for the people on the waiting list, right? And you know what's happening? There's 50 lots sitting over there in Maku'u for 35 years. No more nobody's name on it. Because you know what happened 6 years ago when I came to the commissioners and nobody would move? I went home and I started passing that sucker out by myself. I said, you guys don't know how to do your guys' job? Here we go. Emily, I just called the people. Come, everybody more than 30 years, let's give out the land. And I did that. Mr. Isla came down and, oh, wow, he was freaking out. Auntie is acting crazy. I gotta act crazy because I'm not gonna let anybody make any kind to our people. And I'm sitting over there and sucking my thumb and shoving my finger up my elemu. No, I cannot because, right, I'm handicapped. I'm mumu a little bit, but I gotta go. And I'm here because I cry for my family. I cry for my niece. I cry for the family because I say sitting on my land 35 years later, but them guys all dying. So please hear my voice. I'm not speaking just for my family, for other people. Why are we have this beautiful Maku'u Hawaiian homestead? Yeah, beautiful. And all I met people say coming in and they say making any kind honey inu, all kind honey inu. It's real. And they gotta pass my house to get out. So I'm in danger. but I gotta live over there. That's my homestead. So I need you guys to please ho'oloheka pepe out. Listen with the ear, maka'ala. That's what we need. God said, you gotta go, baby. No be mad, no be mad. Tell them you guys need help, beg for help. Yeah. And I want everybody to see it is real. Yeah, that's why my niece, she made the appointment for Auntie to come and speak to you guys. And we need help. Yeah. So I wrote some things over here. Like I said, they're dumping cars, drug action. The Met is going crazy. And that's why I had my gig at my farm on Friday night, was to pray for the alcoholics and the addicts. It's a bad scene. Yeah, so I like you guys know every place get all the same action. It's real. We cannot make believe that it's not real, it's real.
It is.
Yeah, and so we're calling out for help. And I want you guys to please not only look at Laiopua, no look at everybody, because we all need help. God said, Emily, get your elemu over there, speak out. So thank you very much for ho'olohika pepeau. Thank you for hearing my voice.
And Team Mahalo, I would like to go to Leila, and then we have questions for both of you. Okay, go ahead.
Aloha mai kako, o Leila Kealoha ko'i no no Puna mai au. I am Leila Kealoha, and I'm from Puna, born and raised. I come from generations of families there in Puna. I hail from John David Ka'ulalana Kealoha, who is my father, and Gabriel Kealoha III, who is my grandfather. And as Auntie mentioned, my father passed away 5-6 months ago. 1985, he signed up. And I lost my uncles, my 2 uncles and my grandfather. 3 weeks after my dad passed away, to the day Auntie Paula passed away, Kekahuna on the wait list, 100% Hawaiians. And I know it's not your fault, but it's the system's fault. And we need to change the system. We are in a new administration. Thank you, Katie, for coming to see us on Sunday. And Loretta, it is time to change the paradigm. Mahalo to all of our kupuna that have been here today. Over here, online, Uncle Pat. You know, all of our kupuna that have been fighting for us for years. It shouldn't be a fight. We need to change the way we communicate, the way we hear each other. We need to be heard and we need to be listened to. It is the time of hulihia, and it is time to change. For generations, our families have gone through a lot of trauma. You know, so plenty of people give up. I'm here because I have my auntie who has been a warrior since the beginning. I was 8 years old when we were fighting for Maku'u on the side of the road, holding one sign, help us. We went from there to the state building in Hilo. You know, and it took all that time for us to get infrastructure. And I'm so thankful that I get to be here with my auntie today. In 2018, I was pregnant and I came before the commission because I had to evacuate out of my home, and I asked for a transfer of a lease into my name from one of my other aunties because I couldn't be at my home anymore. I was 5 months pregnant, 6 months pregnant. It took 13 months to get my lease transferred just to my name. That makes no sense to me at all, because I came to every single commission meeting in that 13 months. A year and a half ago, I finally got to finish my home in Maku'u Hawaiian Homesteads. I'm the current secretary and treasurer. I got the privilege and honor to work with Auntie Paula these last couple years in the homesteads. I have so much that I want to share, but I know I'm limited to time. Time is our worst enemy. And that's what I want you to know. It is our worst enemy. We need you folks to really help all of us, all the beneficiaries. I want my dad's land for my family. And we need you supported. East Hawaii, you know, Nina Fisher has a big kuleana. She needs help. Please give her help so she can help us. We got our signs. I came a year and a half ago. I testified online for one of the meetings. We finally got our signs. We're still waiting to get help to put our signs up. I don't know what other homesteads no more signs, but we're one of them. They're sitting in our office. We need help to put our signs up.
What kind of
But I
sign?
just appreciate each and every one of you.
What kind of sign is that, babe?
Our homestead signs.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh. Oh,
Sorry.
mahalo.
Our homestead signs.
Okay.
But just, I appreciate all of you being here and for taking your time,
Mm.
you know. And mahalo ke akua, mahalo e
Yes,
nakupuna for all the many years. I don't, it's not fair being here 35
need
years
some
later with my auntie.
Kleenex.
Yeah. Oh, my auntie.
Sorry.
Mm.
Boss.
I don't know why I feel on Maka'u, like I get scared to come and talk to you guys.
No, don't be.
I shouldn't have to feel that way. Because I carry a heavy load, generations. And like I said, but you guys give up. My auntie said, no, but auntie, no, power ready. Why at 71 years old? You know,
Yeah.
my apologies, but
Yeah.
please hear us. And please, let's change this.
Yes.
It's time for change.
Thank you, Leila. And I just wanted to say my brother Daniel, the last brother, was in the hospital, just came out 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And my sister Dottie just had a stroke about 2 months ago. Thank God when she went to the hospital, God went and released everything. So I have 3 sisters left, 1 brother. And I'm pleading. I don't want nobody else to die. I don't want nobody else to die, please. My niece is here with me because her daddy died. And I have my man 35 years. I no need to be here, but I'm a warrior for God. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I need to speak the truth. And thank you, baby, for coming to Maku. You know, I had a thing at my farm, that's why I never come. But, you know, so thank you for hearing us. This is 2 generation. Yeah, 2 generation is pleading. And I get grandkids coming up, great-granddaughter. They're all watching. And the thing is, that's why everything I do in my life, I like documentation, because I got to show them, like, gang, what kind of warrior your grandma is, your great-grandma. Yeah, because we cannot stand around and just choke on everything we don't like anymore. Yeah. Thank you for hearing us out. We do appreciate it.
So before I open up for questions, we hear you.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to open up. Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Leila, and thank you, Auntie Emily, for your testimony. Couple things. So there's vacant lots in Maku'u. So 50 lots? Okay.
51, actually.
And then what, do you guys have any idea what the department, the sizes of these lots?
They're 5-acre and 2-acre lots.
Seen
And,
it
there,
around.
and there's 100 lots besides those.
They never show up.
That 70 out of them have not showed up on their land. And so-
35 years later.
Okay, and then the other question that I have is regarding the criminal activities that's been going on.
Yes.
So currently, what's happening with that issue?
So we have our own homestead security, and we work with the Hawaii Police Department to do our homestead security. Is, you know, routinely it's gotten a lot better over the last couple of years because we do daily checks around the association and the homesteads. But part of the biggest issue is that because our East Hawaii District Office is extremely overwhelmed with all the homestead associations she's in charge of. When we have issues in the homesteads, it has to go to DHHL to be approved for HPD to go into the lots. And that's the other thing I wanted to just briefly share is that we need to empower our district offices. It's very hard for us to get things done when everything has to go to Oahu and then come back. You guys know on outer islands. It doesn't make sense.
So are these criminal?
Yes. And uncle, guess what?
Yeah.
Sometimes I gotta call the police because
Yeah.
they gotta pass my house to get out. And I hear all kind in the morning, 2 o'clock, any kind clock. They say go up and down because they're up on the drugs. And I gotta call the police. And they tell me, oh, you can see the car. No, I can't even walk. And I say stuck in my house. I only can hear the bugger going by. But then there were some people living in there, and when they left, they just threw everything up in the air, and it's all a big mess. And I don't know why the Hawaiian Homes not bringing somebody in to clean up, because we're not gonna clean up for those people. And they were just wacky mad people. They were living on the land and they would ransack everything. So there's things going on like that. And they, squatters, and they're coming in and they're just making any kind. Yeah.
Thank you so much. But as a commissioner, whether I'm from Molokai, I'm going to be on top of this.
Please.
I mean, I'm going to help Mike and the rest of the commissioners to advocate for help.
Yes, because we got a beautiful place, but it's getting corrupted. Yeah, it's getting corrupted. We're just telling the truth. And you know what? If anything happened to me in danger, because I'm gonna tell you guys something, and nobody will help take care of the problem, then somebody, I see a lawsuit coming down. Yeah, and I don't want to talk like that. It's how they say. I don't like talk like that. But sometimes we gotta talk like that, right, Uncle? I'm sorry. Yes, Mike.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you. Wow. First of all, this is real painful because I am a beneficiary myself. And I feel your pain. I feel your tears. I can feel the oppression that the state of Hawaii keep Hawaiians in for a long time. It's so shameful that this department of, when you say Hawaiian homelands, that is their kuleana for years, and even now, is to take care of us Hawaiians. And I am just so appalled to see Auntie and Leila, you going through this. And that's point blank. Not only your place, for 18 years, Nanakuli Homestead, meth, real hard, 18 years we wait, try to get a hearing, try to get these families out, they get due process. Yeah. We go through that. We have to live in fear, our kupunas, because you have this illegal activity. You have over 42 squatters, abandoned homes in our district, sits there. That's just that ahupuaha. Shame on us when we have a long wait list. So what are we gonna do? We have a new administration. Yeah. Everybody going out, we're going to visit. What are we going to do? What is the next step? What is the solutions to improve this department and staff to get this for our Native Hawaiians and beneficiaries? I say that from my na'au. I do, because I see my kupunas in our ahupuaha go through this. Sometimes it's so painful going to these meetings. I serve on this commission. And for me, I don't just want to take this paperwork and go. I want to leave with, I can give you hope that something's going to be done, or the department going to answer the phone, or they're going to change these things. The office going to end up opening for you folks. Yeah. How do we leave here today to tell you folks that we are going to be here and we're going to improve? This is 2023. And it is so painful to listen to you and your story, and Maku, I mean.
Auntie, I just want to say, lately they said they don't even answer the phone. Yeah, I said, what? They don't answer the phone. What? How come they getting paid?
And Auntie, I can witness that because before I was sitting here, I was on the other side as a beneficiary. Amen. 3 weeks, nobody get my email. Maybe about 3.5 weeks, I called. Nobody can help me get my lease, get this done. So I know the pain because I sat on your side. So now I sit on this side. I don't work for the state. My fiduciary duty is to speak up and work for the beneficiaries.
Thank you, Auntie.
And we need to put on our pants on and get our enforcement team in place, hire, and use them efficiently. That's what we need to do. We need to do that. We need to be in compliance.
Thank you, Auntie.
And I'm saying that out of love and everything, and frustrated as a beneficiary here. And, you know, I know, Mr. Awo, they started a PIG. I know their heart is the same way. Every island we go through this, but meth is out of line. It is way out of line in every area. It's dangerous, Auntie.
Yes, yes.
So you need to be safe.
Yeah, and you know what? I just want to say thank God if the Met people looking, thanks you guys. They love me. They don't come bother me. Yeah, they love me, and so I'm grateful.
We pray for them.
Yeah. We got.
That's a disease, and a lot of them are native Hawaiians out there. So we work together as beneficiaries, and I just speak from my heart, Auntie. Thank you for sharing. I take your tears with me.
Yes, thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. So we have more questions. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
Maybe some questions for you, Chair, but first off, just say mahalo to Auntie Emily and mahalo to Leila. And a quick comment. When you commented about being scared, you look to your auntie for strength. Warrior. I appreciate that. I'm not going to repeat what Zach and Patty said. I totally agree. She's statewide, but I wanted to ask of you, Chair. I know when Chair Kali Watson was appointed to be the chair of the HHL, he reached out to us as commissioners and wanted to get our feedback on Mana'o, on what we thought were the top priorities that we need to address. And for me, the top two that I shared with Chair Watson was staffing woes and enforcement. And all of these concerns and challenges that we hear from our beneficiaries, the bottom line is we got East Hawaii office, we only have 2 personnel, well 3 with Ainamanga, but East Hawaii is the largest in the statewide of all the homesteads. So what I would ask, Chair, is that we can get something on the agenda soon about status of what's going on with staffing, what's going on. Of course, we got the PIG for the enforcement. But I stick to those 2 top things. I mean, there's many things to do, and we all want to help out everyone, but trying to focus, in my opinion, on the staffing to get help statewide. And you know that too, Chair, because I know you mentioned in previous meetings about staffing on Maui, and Molokai and everywhere. So those are my thoughts, and mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so Auntie and Leila, I want to add to this conversation. 6.5 years ago, my second meeting was in Hilo, and I recall you speaking and other kupuna speaking, asking for relief from crime affecting our kupuna. And here we are, 6.5 years later, having this same discussion. I will say, over the years, other communities have come forward with the same concerns. I will say, as a result, over the years, we have been attempting to create a law enforcement program within the department. We weren't successful in getting it out of the ledge this year. We're going to attempt it one more time. What we do need is beneficiary support. We need voices. We need to consider quality of life for our beneficiaries. We have that kuleana to ensure that you can live safely and not be fearful of crime, the kind of criminal activity that surrounds you. Even when we have cooperation from the police, they will say, we can do an arrest, but we can't cancel a lease. they come back and the police get blamed because they're coming back into the neighborhood. So we must find ways to do a better job. So thank you for being here today. There are many, many things that I know you want us to cover aside from crime, but that's a big one for me, as Commissioner Kalekini has mentioned, Commissioner Teruya has mentioned. I would also ask that you provide us a list of your concerns so we have something to refer back to. We may not be able to get to all of it, but if it's one stone at a time, if we can look at what is on your list, I think that would be helpful. So thank you, mahalo.
Thank you. And I just want to just say, in behalf of my late president, Paula Kekahuna, that's why I gotta move, keep moving. Thank you for hearing us. We really do appreciate. Love you guys. Mahalo.
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 Mr. Awar, I just wanted to make a comment too, and I just wanted to thank the sheriffs out here for the 2 days here for being present, and also Kip Akanov with DHHL. I appreciate you folks being here for the duration of the meeting. So mahalo for that. Aloha.
Mahalo, Auntie.
God bless.
Okay, commissioners, we're going to go into a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay. And before we continue, and while we were on the topic of law enforcement, I want to mahalo Kip for helping to coordinate our sheriffs being here today. I want to mahalo the sheriffs for being here. Thank you so much. Okay.
Mahalo.
As well as our district office ladies. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, yep. And our audio.
Okay, okay, and to everybody else, mahalo. Okay, John, since you're here, can you come up, please?
No mind telling we're gonna eat. That's the only time my mouth closes when I eat.
I don't like what I say upset you folks. I don't like you guys lie. Commission, thank you for the opportunity for meeting with you. As you know, I met with you folks last month. I think you guys remember my plea to you folks. We stayed looking to help Wallace Ishibashi's mom's house. And I like to thank, is it Kathy? Oh, Katie. Yeah, Katie came up just before I came up, and she told me some things, and then she got me in touch with Lehua. But I heard Lehua's presentation yesterday. What I'm about to say, I'm not attacking you folks, but I'm attacking the system. Yeah, the system that you folks in. The system not working. I mean, if you haven't, I mean, Patty, you just testified on your own. The system is not working. Okay? So if you have a system not working, you have to look into your system and find out how you can turn this around. Because this was never the vision of Prince John Okohio. This is not his vision. We created more problems for our Native Hawaiians than we created solutions. Yeah. And what is the solution? I'm going to tell you, from last month until now, I'm going to ask you what we did for Pohala. Pohala is Wali's Mara. I brought the thing to you folks' attention. What we did for that 1 month. She still get puka house, still get buckets inside the kind. And like you guys mentioned, Hilo rains a lot. What we doing?
What did we do?
I don't know. I don't know. We talked about her. We talked about the situation. We have a lot of talking, no more action. I'm a businessman. When I have people on my staff that are not working for me, you know what I do? I fire them because they're not working for me. They're not helping me. Now, I know you can get rid of everybody inside Hawaiian homes because they're all civil workers, right? Civil service, right? No. Not all of them. But if you have one, I heard earlier that you folks had this situation that had monies and everything, but somehow it fall through the cracks and everything. I would be concerned. I would be concerned. So, Commission, my plea to you is, maybe I should ask first. Let me ask you this. My understanding is that the state of Hawaii has a fiduciary responsibility to the act, right? Am I right? Oh, where's the AG? AG, you AG. You AG. You can tell me what the word fiducial means.
John, if I could try to get us on track.
Yeah.
So when we spoke at our last meeting,
yeah,
I think the pathway was Nahasda funding, if I recall correctly.
After
and
the president,
so what I would like to say is that's probably something we would like to revisit with Lehua, who oversees Nahasda. I do want to say there's an application process that I hear is cumbersome, but we have to start there. And I would imagine the person you would like to help would have to be the applicant. So I think this is some of the questions that need to be asked of our staff and to make a determination, the best path forward. So that's my response for now.
Okay, so my reply to that response is NAHASA program is a federal program. It follows all of the federal requirements. Am I right? To the T. That program is not going to work for Native Hawaiians who have old houses. You know why? Because their houses are all EPA problems. It's not going to apply, just like how it doesn't apply to flooded lands. Kapa'akea, they're not going to help over there because there's flood lands. It's not going to help old people because their houses probably get arsenic inside, maybe get lead inside. The program is not gonna work. So that's why I'm saying maybe there's a program that has to be developed to help these people because Puhala is not the only person. I can think of 65 homes, and that's only in Kyoka that need that kind of help. So I think as a whole, the department has a problem. Now, I listen to you folks, listen to a lot of people. Oh, you guys should get one award for listening to all of the problems you can get. But there's no resolutions. I mean, there's got to be something else that the department has to look out for to help these people. And I don't know what it is, but I think that's what you got to address. And I think you got to put it on the agenda every month until you find one problem. Because not discussing it is not a resolution. To have it a one-shot deal, it's not a resolution. You got to have them on top until you find one resolution.
So John, do you want us to pursue with the NAHASDA coordinator? Do you want us to pursue that in the form of a question, or do you not see that as a viable option?
I talked to Lehua, and Lehua said that she has to look, and as I remembered yesterday, she said that the commission can make considerations, and I heard the word very clearly, considerations to NAHASA program. And I don't know what those considerations are, but maybe I would ask you folks to look at those considerations. What are they? Are they that you can eliminate some of these restrictions? You know, are there things that you can, as a commission, look at and make it more applicable to these people?
Okay, so here's my suggestion. I'm willing to follow up with Lehua to get current and try to find out where we're at or where we might be or would like to be, and we can stay in touch with you. Would that work for you?
Anything that would get the thing done is workable for me, and as soon as possible. I mean, like I said, I don't want to be facetious in any way, but in Kapolei, if one rock can come and fall through that Kapolei building and had one puka in that roof, how long would it take to fix that roof? I don't know, but just a thought, you know.
So John, I just want to say soon is a big word in our lives. So I don't want to create false expectations other than we're willing to advocate, look into it, and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay?
I appreciate that.
Okay.
And I will, if you don't get in touch with me, I'm going to get in touch with you.
You know how to find me, John, so, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chair,
Marlo.
Chair, I just had a quick
Yeah, go
question.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Because so you were in Molokai when this all came
Yeah.
up too. And I brought up the concerns of a follow-up. And so from Molokai to today is the only day that you heard from staff regarding that, what you brought up in Molokai?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
'Cause I
Now,
know,
I know that Kathy? Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. Katie said that they've been working with, somebody has been working with the family. I called them just before I came back inside here. Nobody from Hawaiian Homes. They talked to association president, but nobody from Hawaiian Homes contacted Puhala or Poli, which is the granddaughter. Am I right? Do you know of anybody that contacted them? Because I talked to them and they said no. Yeah. So I just talked to Polly. She's the one. Nobody talked to her. And she's not gonna lie to me.
Okay, so we'll follow up. We'll follow up with the department staff.
Yeah.
Okay?
Because I
Thank
wanted
you.
to finish up too. So, yeah, that was a concern we brought in Molokai. And I know that was our Chair Watson's first meeting, and he agreed. Remember, we spoke that there was somebody going to look at it, somebody was going to get back, and he truly agreed of solutions. That was our chair's quote.
And I
He
asked-
wants solutions. So I have a problem from Molokai to today that nobody contacted you, and you just got all this different information today at this meeting because you talked to Lehuoku, who was here.
Yeah, she put me in connect with Lehua, which I appreciate. I really appreciate. But again, something wrong with the system.
Yeah,
We'll get back to
Thank
you,
you.
John.
Thank you. Mahalos.
Mahalo. Aloha.
Thank you, Randy.
I don't need to come next month, meeting.
Wait, what
I
you
don't-
whispering about?
I don't need, I'm gonna bring up the same topic.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got my phone number, so
Okay.
you can
Mahalos.
track me down, okay?
Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, next testifier up is Skippy Ioane
Interesting.
and Aina Aloha.
Aloha. Aloha, commissioners.
Aloha.
I'm here today to just ask for an update. In February of 2022, before Chairman Ayla left, he appointed a provisional investigative committee for King's Landing Phase 2. And the Phase 2 responsibility was to help with enforcement responsibilities, to help Kahana with enforcement responsibilities, and also to look at, in the interim, undivided interests for the Aina of King's Landing while we continue to go through our set plan process with the planning department. And in addition, I asked at this Phase 2, one, where are we with the Phase 2? And two, when we have the committee of the Phase 2, if we can request support when removal of non-beneficiaries of King's Landing does occur, there needs to be an adequate support for removal of things, removal of vehicles that were brought in, illegal vehicles that were brought in, removal of illegal structures that were built. So mahalo to everyone who is supporting King's Landing and our movement forward. And so I'd like to ask, where are we with the Phase 2 of the committee? Mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Aina? Okay, if not, Skippy, is Skippy on?
No, Papa's not here today. It was just me.
Oh, okay, mahalo. So I guess I just want to say that, yeah, we did have the PIG, as you know. It was myself, Commissioner Kalekini, and Ka'apu. We have not been active for a while now, so I think your questions, we have to revisit those questions. So we'll have to get back to you. Okay? Okay.
Mahalo.
Aloha. Mahalo.
Aloha.
Next up is Kawi Almeida. Okay, so we'll get back to Kawi. Faith Chase, are you on?
I am. Seeing that you are running short on time, I see that Dane Kahau. If he's on, isn't he Papa Kolea? I would like to switch places with him so he has more time. I don't want to let Hawaii Island lose their turn.
Thank you, Faith. I'll check in. Dane Kahau, are you on?
Yeah.
Okay, Dane, you're up.
Yeah. Hello, members of the commission. First and foremost, I received my denial letter in regards to my reconsideration. And the reason given by Department of Hawaiian Homelands was I had no cognizable property interest. And you would be right partially. I do not have a cognizable property interest in lease number 3871 of 7,732 square feet. Tax map key 2253 parcel 5, lot 81, dated January 22nd, 71. But I do have a cognizable property interest in lease 3781 of 1 acre. Tax map key 22535, lot 81, dated January 22nd, 71.
Dated that.
Okay. Can you see me, folks? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just tell you why, and so I need to take you into the past and bring you forward. Benny and Margaret Morera took out a lease with the territory, General Lease 2578, and it expired in 1958. They leased the property in question with a total acreage of 33.88 acres. Margaret Morera requested for an extension of 1 more year and requested to have 1 acre cut out of parcel 7, leaving 32.88 acres. Her request was approved and Morera's moved out in 1959. That is when parcel 5 was born. Parcel 5 of 1 acre was born. So from 1959 to 1969, the lease sat, the 1 acre sat there. On October 9, 1970, Arthur Akinaka, developer and contractor for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, took out a subdivision application. And according to the application, it was to readjust lines. But what they did was they combined parcel 7 and parcel 5, creating 33.88 acres once again. From that 33.88 acres, they took out 0.18 acre, which came out to 7,732 square feet. On November 5th, 1970, a tentative approval was given with the condition that the compliance of the CZC zoning was met: 60-foot driveway, sidewalk, curbing. 53 years later, nadas, not one cement. On November 5th, 1971, the tentative approval was never complied with, so the city has no record of approving a tax map key of 7,732 square feet per the Department of Planning and Permitting. But here is where it gets sketchy. For lack of a better word, Department of Hawaiian Homelands creates a lease 3781 of 7,732 square feet. Lot 81, tax map key 2253, parcel 5, dated January 22nd, 71. Just 2 months after the subdivision application tentative approval on November 5th, 1970. Problem: you cannot create a lease when the property size has not been approved. And anytime a property size has been created, a new tax map key must be assigned. Parcel 5 is the 1 acre. Let me just read you the tax map branch history sheet. Hawaiian Homes lease 3781 to William Kahau Jr. superseded by Hawaiian Homes lease 3871, effective January 27, 1978. I also like to read this interoffice memo dated October 2nd, 1970, which you have in your files. It is from Richard Pagalino I, Deputy Director, and he's sending it to Abraham P.E. Anaya. Subject, Eldara Kahau, Old Morera Lot. I checked with the AG's office regarding suggestion to award 1 acre lot to the Kahaus with a stipulation that the acre would be subdivided at a future date by the department, and that these lots would be withdrawn from the original lease. The AG said that once a lease is granted, the department would not be able to subdivide the lot because the said lease is for 99 years and only improvements would warrant withdrawal of land. My dad received a lease, 3781, of 1 acre, parcel 5, lot 81, dated January 22nd, 1971, and my dad signed it on February 10th, 1971. That is why I have a cognizable property interest in lease 3781, tax map key 22535, lot 81, Papakolea. I'll stop here for any questions you might have before I move on. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? No questions.
Okay. So, but you commissioners, you have a few more problems. Just to name a few. Number one, my mother, Eldar Kahau, signed on February 9th, 1971. That's a violation. My dad signed on the 10th. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the beneficiary cannot sign before the lessee. Because she didn't sign the 7,732 square foot lease, she could not pass anything to Mrs. Willamette Alama. Nor could Mrs. Alama have passed anything to her son, Rusty. Operation of law would be legal if a fraudulent conveyance was not evident. Department of Hawaiian Homeland is committing fraudulent alteration by assigning a lease of 7,732 square feet that was not approved. Mrs. Willamette Alama died December 13, 2020, and her beneficiary, her son Rusty, moved to Las Vegas March 2021 and is working there, living there, and has a Nevada's driver's license. He has not occupied my father's house since being awarded. Another violation. What's worse is this department knows about it. So, all I'm saying now is that I just touched the surface, maybe a quarter of my case. So in closing, if you all believe I do not have a cognizable property interest, which actually took you guys 9 months to figure that out, and that no fraud exists, then all you folks need to know is that I put you all on notice, Title 42, Section 1986. Stop and correct. You have knowledge. Correct it. According to Ikaika Anderson in the denial letter, he said the commission. So that means you all had knowledge. As I told Mr. Isla 2 years ago, all I wanted was my dad's homestead lot. You folks go up there and you look at that place, it looks terrible. I always took care of that place. But there is,
Okay, Dean.
go ahead.
So we've hit the 10-minute mark.
Okay.
Okay, so mahalo for your mana'o today. Seeing that the commission, let me check one more time. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, seeing that there are no questions, Dane, we are done for the day. We have taken note of your comments. We have heard the notification putting us on notice. So at this point, we're just going to go to the next testifier. So thank you for your time today. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Kawi, are you here? Okay. Okay, Faith, you're up. Mahalo for your consideration.
Aloha. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Aloha, Interim Chair Randy Owo. Aloha, Commissioners. I would actually just like to really go back to mention how beneficial it was, the comments in the conversation earlier about gorse and the situations with pasture land in Big Island, Moku Okeawe, because it's relative to Kahiki Nui's concerns. Uncle Pacheco and Kepa Ka'eo, those are really, really mirrored issues that we have in Kahiki Nui. And I didn't expect that testimony, and that was very, and even with the motion and then readjusting, thank you, that conversation around gorse is really relevant. And Kahana Albino, when he was talking about the risks and the cattle leaving and the fire fuel that is created, that's exactly what's going on in Kahiki Nui. And I said this at the last meeting. I don't blame my commissioners for making a premature decision on the right of entry to Levi Rita to do cattle removal, because I tried, myself and 3 other people tried to get on myself and 3 other testifiers tried to get on the J agenda, and we were restricted from providing testimony. And I think that that testimony would have given some information that would have better guided the decision for that right of entry. Now that right of entry is almost over, but the cattle that are being removed from Kahiki Nui concern me. I come from a cattle ranching background. I am a homesteader on the easternmost side. I've asked for clarification from both of the organizations, the associations. You know, I'm hopeful that information will be forthcoming. There needs to be a remediation effort to get ready for the hot summer. The gorse is certainly a situation that it might be, you know, I don't even want to say that because I don't even want to give it, I don't even want to say it out loud, but that is concerning to me because the outfit that is coming to do the cattle removal is from Moku Okeawe, that is the situation. Excuse me, I'm a little flustered because I'm trying to get the attention of my commissioners. That's why I'm pausing. I have taken upon myself to return to the Kahiki Nui Hawaiian Homestead Community-Based Economic Development and Makai Management Plan, because in there is there's excerpts from that plan that are relative to good planning of today. And so while I haven't made full beneficiary reach of an audience, I plan on doing 3 more sessions. And by the end of summer, I will be able to say that I have made full beneficiary reach, and I've perhaps given the homesteaders a voice that they really don't have right now. It's fractured. People are fearful to speak out on things that they care about. They're fearful to attend meetings. There's a little bit of dictatorship going on. I don't need to point fingers, but I just wanted to tell this body, I've come to you about maybe 26 times now. This has been an ongoing issue, and I look towards positive solutions. And I just want to thank again Kaeo and Pacheco and Kahana for making those comments, because those comments and those risk factors about cattle, pasture, gorse are all the same conversations and concerns that are in Kahikianui right now. So I just wanted to give a little bit of prelude. I know you've been on my invite list for returning to revisit the community plan. And that is the purpose of it, because I'm a watershed grant writer. I helped to write that grant that got the water delivery to Kahikianui. I helped write the grant for the storage for personal items that is there now. I'm in the second phase. I've helped other homesteads. So if you don't know my background, it's just to help homesteaders that are really struggling, who actually can't come here to you all the time. It's quite a feat to sit here for 2 days and with technical difficulties and the digital divide in many homestead areas. So thank you for your time. And I just wanted to give you that background so that when you do see the emails coming forward, that you know that I'm just trying to put quality information in front of you so that you can make wise decisions. Thank you for your time today.
Mahalo, Faith. Commissioners, any questions? If not, thank you, Faith. Next person up is Kaleo Cullen. Kaleo, you on?
Yes, aloha, aloha, Chairman.
Aloha.
Awo. Aloha, members of the commission. I'd like to comment on J8. I'm going to keep it real simple. If Ms. Faith Chase has a proposal or plan to rid the gorse, I'd like to hear that proposal. And as of now, I believe that removing of the cattle is going as scheduled. And we intend to support Levi in his efforts to get rid of the cattle, because it's not only problematic for the community. I understand the hot season is coming on, but there's still a lot of cattle out there to keep the grass down until we rid of all the cattle. So if Ms. Chase has a proposal to come up to rid the gorse, and alternative plan to get rid of the cattle, we more than welcome her to come and sit down with us and talk about it. If she has resources that we can use, I'm more than glad to sit down with her. But as of now, that's where we stand. We support Levi 100%. And that's all I have. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo, Kaleo. So I guess I would encourage, if there's a need to encourage Cook to solicit information from Faith. It is my understanding that the ungulate management plan is playing out the way everyone had expected. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just leave it at that, and you know how to find me as well if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Any questions? If not-
No.
Oh, we have nope, okay. Bo Kahui? Okay, Kikoa, are you ready to talk story?
Yes, I am, Commissioner Sherman. Wait,
Oh,
we're gonna
hold on.
start the video.
I heard something.
Wait, unable
Oh,
to
Yeah,
start.
I'm
okay.
ready.
Kalamai, go ahead, Bo. You're on. Go ahead.
I wasn't quite, I'm just jumping back on after driving all the way back to Kona, so I wasn't sure what agenda item you were on.
We are on J agenda, Bo.
Okay. I'll try to make this brief. Laiupō Community Development Corporation has assisted Village 4 members of Village 4 regarding their water and their water issues. more specifically, the utility bills related to water. On phase one, we were able to assist 17 homeowners in reducing their water. And having said that, we were able to conserve, if not reduce, their water bill by 60 to 70%. We have submitted a phase two contract with Kalaupapa and would like to complete the rest of the 43 unit or 44 unit remaining to do the water audit and to do whatever necessary to help conserve water for the homeowners. And in any event, having said that, we are hopeful that we can make that possible by working with the LDD and the department. Waipura Community Development Corporation makes a serious recommendation that LDD and Ikaiko Ohana convene to identify common areas upon which is being serviced by the homeowners in Village 4 and subdivide those common areas out and also try to implement a new irrigation schedule. So we would do that. Secondly, on another matter, and with respect to one of the commissioners making regarding last night's meeting, community meeting at Village 4, excuse me, the association president attending that meeting last night regarding the community park. Laipua Community Development Corporation submitted a request for a right of entry, as well as the association. And, you know, I think when you look at capacity, I think we have capacity to do that. We have not received any word from Land Management Division or the Planning Division regarding that. So we're hopeful that we can have a discussion regarding the park development. As an update, Laipua Community Development Corporation did not receive funding or grant funding from this year's legislature. We had applied for about $80,000 for the park planning and design, as well as the preschool, which was about $130,000. So the combination of both initiatives, we had not been successful in getting money. What this means now is that we will look at other avenues or sources to do the park plan. As you mentioned, as our board member Charlene Kalaupapa mentioned earlier, it's been well over 20 some odd years since she moved in, since I've been there, that a park has been planned, but nothing has been done. So we're hopeful now with the water initiative that the park plan could also move, that will allow park at least to initiate some kind of planning phase. With respect to broadband, Laipua Community Development and Kuhio 5G, we submitted an RFP to the department a couple of weeks back. Hawaiian was a successful bidder. Kuhio 5G and Laipua CDC were the only other respondents to the RFP. We have submitted a protest to this process, so we're following the process, and then we're hopeful that given our contest, the department will reconsider, or at least the reviewers and evaluators will reconsider Kuhio 5G and LCDC to provide broadband assessment and inventory services to the department over homestead land statewide. There's much more to do, but I know there are others waiting, so I'll submit my information to the commission secretary and hopefully if there are any other questions, thank you so much.
Mahalo, Bo. Any questions, commissioners? If not, thank you for your time.
Okay, mahalo.
Aloha Kekoa, you are up.
Aloha. It says I'm unable to start the video because the host has stopped it. Start the video. Okay, there we go. Aloha.
Aloha Kekoa, we can hear you.
Awesome. So I'm here in the state of Washington. I want to introduce these waitlist beneficiaries that I met with. I'm up here attending the graduation of my granddaughter, and I reached out to the Native Hawaiian beneficiaries in Washington State. And today I met at Bobby's Hawaiian Style restaurant in Linwood, Washington. And next to me is Bobby's widow, Auntie Diana Nakihei. And over here is Bobby's brother, Abner. And so I just wanted to inform the commission of what I'm up to. I've been here about 3 hours, I think, and I was able to educate our beneficiaries, our waitlist beneficiaries. Auntie Diana put out a Facebook invitation to anyone who wanted to come and meet with me. And I want Auntie Diana to tell you her story. Go ahead.
Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for having us on. I appreciate it. Auntie just shared with me that she wanted me to share my story. My husband, who is Robert Kala Nakihei from Molokai, born and raised in Kalamaula, and he just passed away from COVID-19 about 1.5 years ago. Sorry, I'm very emotional. It's recent, current, so please bear with me. Our story and our journey started in 1979. 1979, my husband was exiting the military. And at that time, we realized that we had an opportunity because in the same building was DHHL at that time. So he said, hey, let's go ahead and go apply. So this is 1979. Years go by. In 2008, we decided that our choice of island was Oahu at that time. We decided that we wanted to go to Maui because both my parents and my mom, who is a Kahili girl from Waimea, Big Island of Hawaii, and she's also a pure Hawaiian. And we decided that because I didn't have my parents there, we decided that to change the island. But when we did so, I was not informed that our entry, our application date was going to change. And that is crucial information that us beneficiaries that are waiting on the list and have been waiting on the list for more than 40+ years. So what I'm saying is that if we had the knowledge at that time that our name would go to the bottom of the list as opposed to laterally moving over to the island, which where he wanted to go because he still had his mom there. So he desired to go to Maui, even if he's from Molokai. So the frustration I'm pleading to you guys that, this is important information. When we made this choice, instead of my application date being 1979, it turned out to be 2008, many years later, but we're still waiting on the list. I lost my husband. We both retired in August of 2021. My husband wanted to go home. He desired to have a home there. And unfortunately, due to circumstances of COVID-19, he passed. Please, I'm trying to get my ohana home. And to do that is that we're trying to get where we can get a aina in our family, the Nakihe family. I have 2 adult children running businesses here up in Washington, but they do decide to go home as well. So please, spreading this important information, which is letting people know that they're going to the bottom of the list. And I think if they had the opportunity or the option, they would have been like me. Hey, wait a minute, I'm gonna stay. We're gonna stay on the island that we are and keep the numbers that we are. I wanna say mahalo for letting me speak. And thank you for understanding my emotional behind it. Aloha, and God bless and blessings to you all.
Mahalo for your testimony, Kekoa.
Hi.
So the request is to get on the Maui list. Is that correct?
I am on the Maui list.
You're on the
I'm
Maui list. Can I have your first name? Sorry.
Yes, it's Diana Kau'i Nakihe.
Oh, Nakihe. Okay. Okay, so here's what I would suggest.
Yes.
I'm not sure I captured it all today, but I hear the concern. I understand the request. So if you could send me an email so that you can memorialize what it is you want, and then I can follow up as best I can. So Kekoa has my email. It's randyawo@gmail.com, so pretty easy. But I would encourage you to do that, and we can look at it.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo.
Commissioner, I think I'd also like to add that I myself am in favor of when a beneficiary moves from one island to the other, that he or she retain their date of application on the next island and make what Auntie Diana says is a lateral move instead of having to move to the bottom of the list. I'm not sure what the justification for that is for people moving to the bottom of the list, but you know, as a beneficiary leader in Maui County, that would be, I'm in favor of that, being able to make a lateral move from one island to the next and retain your date of application, that your original date of application. And I know that you missed our Mokopuni meeting because you had a family member graduating. Your daughter, I believe, received her master's degree at UHMC.
Yes.
And yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention some of the things that came up at the Mokopuni Council meeting that were of concern to the Maui beneficiaries. Number one, which I think is serious, is that our undivided interest lessees who are seeking rental assistance from the department are being asked to surrender their leases. And I don't understand the justification for that or the fairness of that. I mean, if you're an undivided interest lessee awaiting to get onto the land, why shouldn't you be entitled to rental assistance? And why should you be giving up your lease if you accept that rental assistance? That was one issue that came up. Another one is that the department, the Hawaiian Homes Commissioners should initiate discussions with HUD to relax the 80% of AMI, adjusted median income, to be able to qualify for a mortgage. Apparently, well, I'm in favor of this simply because our housing market on Maui is critical. I mean, the average home sale price is $1 million. Our Native Hawaiians can't afford that. And so if HUD can relax those requirements, those mortgage requirements, I think it would be a benefit to our people. The third thing that came up was the fact that an undivided interest lessee who had not built his home within the required 2 years was asked to surrender his lease. And I think the consensus during the meeting was who made that unilateral decision? What power does that person have to make that unilateral decision? And anything that diminishes the rights of a beneficiary must be approved by Congress. So these are the things that were mentioned in the context of that particular incident. So these are some of the things that came up during the Mokupuni Council meeting, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo Kikoa. Yes, I think we can. I don't have answers for you today on those issues, but what we can do is revisit that and take a deeper dive. That's what I'm willing to offer. Okay.
Thank you so much. And I do want to mention that while I'm here in Washington, Kumu Kamaile Hamada of the ladies of Kamaile La Keala o Kamaile Lau Li'i, his halau has invited me on Saturday from 5 to 7 to meet with beneficiaries in Federal Way, Washington. And so, you know, I just put out the word on Facebook that I'm here for 10 days and that, you know, I'm willing to come out, educate. And I really want to thank the Nakihe family that has run this wonderful restaurant that I first saw on the Food Network, Bobby's Hawaiian Style restaurant here in Linwood. I want to thank them for hosting me today. And I think I was able to educate them a lot on what's happening. Yeah. And so, yeah, thank you so much. Aloha.
Okay, mahalo, aloha.
Pacific Northwest. Aloha.
Take care. Last call, I think. Kawi, are you on? Kawi?
2:15.
Okay, Ole. Okay, so we have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo everyone for your participation today, for your time, and just being here. Safe travels to your next destination. Special mahalo to Michelle, Angela, and Dexter for the setup. We are adjourned.
So contested case hearing is deferred.
We're going to defer.
Oh, thank you.
Still have a